Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to go live in the first match of the day. An interesting one. It's between two teams in the middle. My name is DKTruman, and joining me on this cast is Kips. Feeling about this matchup?
Pretty good. I think this could be a close one. I have to say, I haven't gotten to cast Omega Gaming yet, and it's also actually been pretty hard to find info on these guys because a lot of them haven't played that much Pro Dota yet. So this is once again for me getting to know a new team, which is also very exciting. And then Inverse, I have seen play a solid matchup versus Inverse, but no win for them, unfortunately. And then I think you might have done the Inverse versus Unknown matchup. So they're 1-1 right now, which puts them at the same score as Omega, I believe.
Yep, of course, Omega 1-1 will be heading right into draft right now. On the way. Well, you know, the first couple of bands are underway. But it is going to be interesting to see. Of course, the Omega Gaming lineup did take down Wolf Team, which was a big fat upset, or so I think. But, well, we all know what happened to Wolf Team going further. 3 upsets in a row.
I don't think it's upsets anymore at this point. And we, of course, we're not doing that match right now, but we are going to be doing it later. And I am very curious to see if they're adjusting their attitudes yet. Because on player quality alone, I don't think they need to lose these matches, but something's wonky.
Doesn't seem to be favoring them right now, but there's still a chance to recuperate. Promotion is out of
promotion's out of the picture.
If they end 4-3, the Balrogs are on their road to make it towards that top spot, and well, they do have some competition between them, but that is a story for another day. Right now we get to see the first couple of bands, interesting bands. The Timbersaw does make sense because Omega Gaming, they did actually have a terrifying Timbersaw player on their roster, and yeah, I mean, this X was pretty nasty to see. He destroyed Wolf Team that first game single-handedly, just annihilate.
Get that boy out. And Omega actually going with, this is very much a signature hero for Demon here, I believe, on his Earth Spirit. And we don't see Earth Spirits very often right now. Playing these 4 positions that go in is hugely risky right now. You see a lot of teams playing, the Snapfire instead. We're seeing things like Grimstroke on 4, etc. A bunch of IO4s. Just because right now, if you go into the team fight as a support, you usually end up dying. And that's bad news for a hero that usually wants to have some farm impact in the game. Silencer. And both supports immediately picked up Silencer as well. I guess if you rock the global silence, the Earth Spirit can in fact walk out after an engagement. So he's got that going for him at least.
And could possibly save someone necessary. Plus, you always have, it's not going to happen. It's like miles in the future. Long time. But the Aghanim Scepter on the Earth Spirit can always save someone in case it's necessary, and as you mentioned, definitely. I mean, it counters an incredible, massive array of heroes. Probably one of the hardest counter hero in the game. So, very easy to kill if you get on top.
Yep. So, it feels bad to pick heroes like Bane, Enigma, Faceless Void. All these heroes, you don't really want to pick them into a Silencer. And Inverse just goes Medusa. So they already got the Mars out of the way as a Medusa possible counter. And now they can... there's no way Omega Gaming can actually play a ranged counter into this Medusa now, because the Mars is just going to soak up 70% of the shots.
And that's kind of like the South SA Classic at the moment. Every team tries to pick up the Weaver, Medusa, and Mars as like their first 3 picks. Well, Weaver got banned, so that one's out the question. But it's mainly just, buff up the Medusa. Get any defensives or buffs, as you see Ogre also being banned out. Make sure Dusa does not get super buffed on. Otherwise, they just let her loose. Kill off the entire.
So is Invoker going to get banned, you think, here? Or is Inverse going to be looking for that? Because that feels... That's the last big buff, right? The Alacrity that people love in SA.
I would... Poker is actually so good with the Medusa. It's also pretty good against the Go Quaswax build you can. But it's not the greatest against Earth Spirit. It's terrifying against Earth Spirit. If he comes out of the trees, you straight up die.
It's true. Man's made of paper.
Yeah, that's kind of the quiet. I personally would expect them to go for the Dusa. For the poker. But there is the ban as Kips much predicted. The enemy team doesn't pick up. Really? LC ban? They expecting maybe the support LC to be behind the Dusa, because that's also something we've been seeing a little bit more in position. LC could also always off lane and mid in if necessary.
Yeah, they're actually scared here, I think, of a very much a signature pick for Arzent here. Apparently his LC is just straight up ban material. I haven't witnessed it myself yet, but I have been told this by some people who are in the know, so I don't get to see it myself right now, but yeah, this is a caution pick, and that does also mean that Omega Gaming is telling us here that they don't believe that this Mars is actually guaranteed in offline. It could be mid, it could be support.
A long time since I've seen support Mars. Very interesting.
I think Kuroki used to do it a bunch.
Yeah, but
Kuroki does everything.
Yeah, it's like Puppy, you know, we picks Brewmaster 5 or Centaur 5 and you're like, yeah, sure, he can do it. No one else can.
Well, Slaw over on Inverse does in fact play the Tidehunter 5 as well, so it might just be up his wheelhouse.
You like your pick there. It works incredibly well with.
Yeah, and this is one of those later game Medusa picks that we don't see, Medusa counters that we don't see very often anymore, because Darkseer right now really gets, I don't want to say that he gets shut out of the lane, but his laning stage is not that easy, and most everybody just gets to farm against him. In this case, the Darkseer, especially combined with an Earth Spirit, actually has a lot of pressure on this Medusa, first putting her under tower with the Ion Shells, and then afterwards still maintaining kill pressure. So I actually really enjoyed this Darkseer pick, not going to lie.
Of course, the Disruptor choice against Darkseer, someone surges away, you just drag them back, they can't escape. The downside of Disruptor is, though, as you mentioned, like Medusa is slightly more tanky with that mana shield than the laning stage against Darkseer. Disruptor, however, if he gets jumped while standing anywhere out of the lane, he's dead, straight up.
Yep, I mean, we were talking about men who are paper. Disruptor is definitely paper as well. And you don't want to have to use that glimpse defensively.
Currently, I have a very solid team fight on him. There's two ways to get away from the Dusa or catch them in with the Dusa. Static Storm on top of the arena, always nice. Dusa stands in the middle. Tusk. This might just be a swap around where the Tusk plays 5, or at least the same.
Possible as well. It was a good save. It's very much a brawling pickup, but Mars Tusk, you know, I was thinking about a possible Ursa pickup for Omega Gaming here. Ursa really enjoys playing with the Darkseer. If you need to play a fast game, that is an excellent combination. And of course, Diffusal build-up Ursa destroys Medusa. But I'm not sure if you actually want to play Ursa versus Mars Tusk. You could play Ursa versus Mars, but Mars Tusk, the fact that you have infinitely stacking damage starts to become pretty troublesome because they don't give you that long.
Okay, that's a slightly different choice than the hero that I expected to see. The Bat Rider, of course, lane dominating hero. Normally trying to get you an advantage in the early to mid game. Normally sucks bonkers in the so I wasn't really expecting Omega to go for the late game anyway, but with the Bat Rider, add in, as you mentioned, the Ursa, it definitely seems like a pretty solid mid-game lineup.
That would really work out, wouldn't it? And Darkseer Bat Rider also means that this Bat is going to be surged. That feels really good. There's normally this awkward phase where the Bat Rider has Boots of Travel's BKB, but not a blink yet, and he still sort of has to just physically run at people and tank hits all the while, unless he can hide in the trees, and that's going to be way different with a surge on him. can just snatch people right out of the trees.
Silence going to be a crucial fact here. Deuce, of course, going to need that Manta style to pop the Stone Gaze in case before the Bat Rider at least grabs you. Rest of the team, I mean, you could dodge it with Snowball Tusk, but that's like near impossible because you gotta be spot on in that regard.
Yeah, you'd have to be holding hands with the Medusa already, so I completely agree with you here. This Tusk has a role to play as a save, but he's going to have to farm a Blink Dagger.
Yeah, and even then, like, it's really hard. If Silencer ulti comes out, you blink into the fight, and then you realize, oh no, I've been silenced, then you're just standing there as a Tusk, dying together with the Medusa. Definitely a threat in that regard, but I do love the Tusk pick. I mean, even though the Bat Rider got picked up after the Tusk, Tusk is still a very solid save.
Yeah, I wish he got more play, and I was talking about how these position 4s die a whole lot and don't get picked up a lot, but Omega Gaming and Inverse both say, you know what? Screw that noise. We just want to brawl. We're picking these boys up. I like it.
Definitely looks like one team wants to fight win early. The other team wants to fight to try and get to the late game. I mean, Inverse definitely with a Disruptor Mars and Tusk, you have a pretty heavy roaming combo on their team. And if you had a nice mid laner that could also be a little bit more active, that doesn't fight to the Bat Rider thing. Void Spirit, some the other spirits.
Yeah.
Really give Inverse a solid chance against Omega. Because right now, I definitely like Inverse's draft more.
They definitely have that mid game, that late game edge, and they've also got the Sniper and the Slark out of the way. The Sniper especially being a favorite of Tano, so none of that business. Tidehunter out. They're still not trusting where this Mars is gonna go. Two offlaner bands. They're very convinced that this Mars is mid actually, so they do trust it. It's me who's saying that it's probably still offlane.
I mean, Mars mid can handle a Bat Rider in the sense that the Bat tries to get close, you just clear him away.
Exactly, but I like the idea of the Spirit Hero as more that you posited. Void Spirit probably best because he's also a natural Eul's builder. You're going to want that versus the Earth Spirit versus the Silencer, as well as possibly purging off Surge and Ion Shells off of people. Eul's great this game.
Time is ticking down. Inverse, what's gonna be your last choice? Is it gonna be a Spirit Hero or something completely different we did not expect? You hope the latter. Come on, Meepo mid. Bring us some fire.
Radiant must choose.
Axe, so it is the Mars mid, okay.
Omega proving that they know Inverse better than we do. I mean, they must have played them a lot more than we have casted them, so...
They definitely have trimmed a decent amount if they know 100% that this is going to be a...
10 seconds.
Unless this is a mid-axe, and then we're completely flabbergasted.
5
That would be very wild. I'm here for it. That's exactly what you asked for, isn't it? Mid-axe, mid-axe.
Against the Bat Rider would be an interesting matchup, though.
Shh. This is a safe lane Bat Rider.
And last pick, Ursa. Kips called it. Expected the Ursa, and she shall receive. Though, do you think that the Ursa is going to be enough for them to win in the mid game? Because they are lacking tower push.
They are, yes, and this Bat Rider and Darkseer really love it when the enemy loses their tier 1s early because they can farm out all of these long lanes without actually being at risk themselves. I think Omega Gaming is going to have to group early, and they're going to have to use the first, let's say, 2 Silencer ults of the game to get towers down, because otherwise this Inverse lineup, they have a lot of team fight, they have a lot of threat, in the sense of that if you see one hero, you have no idea how many bulky boys with Blink Daggers are standing behind him. So yeah, Omega Gaming needs to get out of the lanes well. That's for sure.
It's definitely not going to be easy. I mean, there's kind of what you expect around Dusa these days. 3 strength heroes, Dusa, which is another strength hero added in. And, well, this time it's a disruptor. Sometimes you get to see, like, an ogre magi instead of a disruptor, and you can have yourselves a game where you can never win. And Ursa is a great hero, but doesn't really like to face up against those buff boys.
He doesn't. It takes him too long to take him down.
We'll see what will transpire. Maybe aggression coming in. Game. I mean, laning stage is gonna be
Time for preparation.
Batrider versus Mars.
Use it wisely.
Pretty.
Batrider Mars? Yeah, the Mars can definitely do well there. There is, of course, always kill threat from Batrider versus a melee if he manages to sidestep the spear in this case.
Realize, do you have camera?
I cannot control my own camera right now.
I can to a degree. I'm confused. I think we made a mistake
Yes,
in the lobby.
actually, to a degree, it seems. Okay, I'm going to quickly disconnect and reconnect.
I don't know what the weird stuff happens. Earlier yesterday, I played a game and we could not pause. Like, someone DC'd in our team, and we physically spammed F9. Then a minute later, we could pause. Magic.
Huh, interesting. Well, my match ticker has been broken ever since the update, and yeah, I can barely click heroes right now because my selection box is not working.
Neither for me. This is interesting. This is very interesting.
Well,
yeah.
You have production now. Isn't that what every play-by-play wants?
Yes, but I also don't have squares, and I like squares. Also, I am missing, like, the Radiant team completely. I just realized.
Oh, you really might want to restart Dota then.
Yep, so yeah, I'll be right back.
Same, actually.
I think
Valve.
I think we're watching
did
one
you
of the players somehow.
Maybe you were. Like, I could see everybody.
Yeah, no, I assume I did something. Normally is the case. Game was unable to sync your files with Dota 2. Mind. Why? Okay. Relax. Fine.
Hopefully, indeed. I can at least load it back in immediately. Yes, everything is okay for me. So I wish you the same. I think it's way more important that you get the same.
Okay, I can see everyone now. I can make squares and everything works. Okay, you're back. Valve, thank you for breaking the game again for a very brief amount of time. But turning it off and on again seems to be the way of any ICT professional.
You know, I quit IT for Dota 2, and every once in a while I get reminded that you never leave IT, it follows you.
As does this Tusk on towards the Silencer for first blood. Dropping low, trying to stay alive, actually gets himself back, and DKT is coming in with a decent amount of right click damage, of course. Careful not to lose much of the wave, but that should be the case.
And they have already interrupted the wave pool here, so this is a double melee lane versus an Ursa. This one can go either way if the Ursa, this combination. Look at this damage.
Tag team always great. Dropping low, does get himself back. The problem is regen is lackluster. They only have a couple of tangos left on Omega's side. Monty dropping low. Does micro his career. I'm proud. With a healing salve in it at the same time to... Oh. Good Tusk play.
Mingati nearly died to a spin here.
Sometimes you gotta live on the edge. So, Edge is trying to look him up. Chan is doing decent damage. I mean, went for Glaives of Wisdom level 1. Monty again. God, both sides have no regen left. Silencer slowly dropping. First blood. Is it going to be secured? In comes Monty. Boom! Gets first blood. I mean, this bottom lane is just pure aggression between the two sides. And the greatest part is that the Ursa is actually not farming.
He is not. This is working out great for Arzent.
Oh, going in on Mingati. He does manage to find the kill and even stays alive. Gone! He's got the healing salve. Now I remember Omega again, just because of that guy. Gone! And Mingati. Both in full caps.
Yeah. And luckily he also brought a salve for his Ursa. I think this lane is going to stabilize for the Radiant right now, which is very, very necessary. Ursa, not a great comeback hero. Once you're behind, you're usually stuck there.
Especially in a game like this. Battle Fury Ursa, as you mentioned, great difficult to kill everyone on the map.
The name of the game.
On Doctor. Gonna go in. There's a vacuum available. Drags him back. Slaw is gonna die. Ilios does have a lot to work with in terms of mana and mana shield, so does find the kill in trade. And honestly, as a disruptor, you won't mind because you spawn with full mana, full HP.
A lot more painful for that Darkseer, but yeah, this is the Medusa moment. That level 3 with the double levels in Mystic Snake, you're going to actually be able to push the wave out, fight whoever's diving you, and they didn't manage to get her before that, so she's having a very nice lane for herself here.
Axe not so much though. He is turning it around. Mingati dropping low, but the Tusk is a little bit far away. Arzent wants to get that kill, turns his attention to Chan. Monty is actually the scary one here. Tag team tries to solo the Ursa, has that Ice Shards block, but there's actually not a leap. He thought that there might be an I think he thought that there was Earth Shock available on the Ursa, that's why he didn't want Ice Shard. But surprisingly enough, he hasn't leveled it a single time.
Yeah, I was expecting it on, honestly, level 2. You see Earthshocks versus Axe lanes a lot to either get out of range or to secure range creeps with, without triggering off any spins or attention from the Axe, but he hasn't taken it and he still has not done it. Now he can't cross the distance to that Axe either when he returns.
Lane though, nice kill. Find another trade, but the Medusa is down. That is very important. Well, of course, come back full HP, full mana, so you're still in a very tough scenario. Well, now Arzent dies bottom lane. Mingati, he needs to be careful, because if he dies there, then his entire lane is complete.
Yeah, TP on cooldown for another minute, that would have been awful.
Bad Rider chasing deep tier 2 on the Mars. What? I can't keep up, Gibbs.
No, there's certain. I mean, we haven't even looked at mid yet because they have been so busy brawling on the side lanes. But that chase was part of the result of, I think, Miji missing a spear and Tano happily following him all the way home.
Now that he's got the last, you definitely have to be very careful against the bat.
The dire scan.
Everyone has to be careful against the bat because you can also easily gank the side lane.
Of course, the Bat Rider as a mid-hero, we know him as someone who'd really rather just farm up the triangle, but the threat is always there.
Going in onto Tano, Arena, Spear, catch coming through, the bat in trouble. With the tag team damage as well. Tano goes for the lasso onto Migi. Migi or Miggy? What do you think?
Honestly? Migi, I guess?
Migi?
Yeah.
Okay. Always, it's one of those things you have to ask them directly to really know.
Radiant should look to their middle tower.
I'll probably mispronounce. But that's beside the point. Like, that was fun. The Bat Rider's name is Tano, and when he played against Wolf Team, was up against Tavo. So every single time was Tavo kill Tano. Oh no!
Dire's top tower is in danger.
That's always fun as a play-by-play. You ever done the MNT and who's the other player again? There's that team has two players who sound pretty much the same right now. As top, they're diving.
Oh, Miggy comes in. Big smackaroo gets the kill. Slaw is dropping low. Body blocks for Miggy used perfectly. Actually, Slaw slowly dying away, but with Monty coming in, who now turned level 6, by the way, on a position 4 Tusk. The 8th minute. That's very early for a Tusk.
It is. I mean, he survived a bunch of these engagements where the axe took a tumble, I think. Actually, it's only the one. But axe only hit level 6 just now, but I don't think he is going to live to tell the tale here unless...
Gone. Denial of the haste rune.
Incredible.
Well, good for inverse.
I expected Mingati to jump way earlier.
I guess a little bit scared, rattled after that laning stage. Though honestly, not too bad. Currently top net worth of the game. Going for that diffusal blade immediately for finishing up boots.
And the reason why this happened as well is because, as you could see, he never bought any of his own regen. He just had the silencer constantly ferrying himself. And that's one of the ways to survive a laning stage where he hit 0 HP that many times without actually spending any money. You let the support do it, and look at the silencer's net worth.
That is, that's a position 6 silencer. Very sad game. Looks in the foreseeable future. Ursa gonna get jumped. Doesn't have his ulti anyway. Doesn't even take that much damage though. And okay, does eventually get taken down by Vent. No rotations came in for the Radiant team whatsoever, so let him drop while in the meantime top tier 1 and the bottom tier 1.
The Static Storm does the most damage at its end, so it looks fine for a while, and then oh snap. And yeah, I agree with Omega Gaming's decision making here. It's more important to get that top tower down, get these long lanes for your Darkseer, for your Batrider, instead of getting closed in like this, because look at how far up the Dire is playing.
Yeah, but the greatest part is the fact that the
oh no.
he just TP'd bottom lane, got glimpsed. Yep, back to the fountain.
I imagine that'll teach him trying to do anything else than farm triangle.
That's not the greatest. Tusk going in onto his silencer. Miggy's nearby as well, and he quickly gets himself the kill secured. Though top 2 net worths is also Lissex right now in the Darkseer. I mean, he's been one of the players from Omega that have definitely impressed me in the past. Dark Demon tried to go on the Dusa very deeply, I might add.
Yeah, I mean it is kind of his job description, but yeah, that's pretty wild.
Kinda need backup for anything. Alright, so
now Lissex coming bottom, trying to hold it. Chan is here as well, trying to get his level 6. He's going to have to share EXP now, but I guess it's better than letting the tower fall. But that does mean that they're pressured on mid now. His Earth Spirit's coming here, but I'm not sure if that's gonna work.
Carl TPing. Dano also has the lasso available, but doesn't have Firefly. They're gonna go in. Silence ulti gets used. Earth Spirit trying to stay alive. Rolls away to the side. Lasso holds Monty in place. They're fighting 3 different battles at the same time. Monty going in onto Lissex. But yeah, he's gonna take down a 6 sticky napalm stacks on him, so will lose his life. While on the side, the Silence is gonna get jumped. But it's a pesky little 5 position Silence who will lose his life. They're on the run right now, rolling, boulder in. Slaw is going to get caught out. Does he die? No, he ticks down to the urn charge in the end. A very brutal, lengthy fight. Deuce in the meantime takes down the tier 1 tower and continues to farm though. But that's just Deuce now being top net with. So even though they lost more that engagement, forced out a Silencer ulti and every other ulti on the side of Omega. And Deuce has been AFK farming, so it definitely
Tano just snatched that haste rune with the help of the Tumbler's Toy. It's gonna cost his Darkseer his life.
They know that the Ursa is in the pit. Big question. Monkey dropping low, burning to a crisp. Actually, he's gonna stay alive. Roshan got taken down. Mingati gets himself the Aegis.
And Tano keeps on getting glimpsed. This is the second time this minute.
Power of a disruptor that's leveling Glimpse over Thunderstrike.
And I think that's the correct choice this game. Like, in the laning stage, really all you had to do was keep his Medusa alive until level 3-4. And just keep the trades going. And after that, yeah, this game, especially with the Bat Rider, he is making good pace towards his BKB though. He's not going to be able to abuse that glimpse for much longer.
Still happy that they made it so that, you know, Bat Riders can't kill off Ancient with
Yes.
4 stacks of sticky napalm.
Much needed. That was pretty ridiculous.
And so ulti is back up. Only has a total of 2 permanent intelligence stolen. Sad.
But at least he's able to afford boots now, which is a big improvement in his condition.
Going for the ultimate support items, 4 staff, Glimmer Cape. Not too surprising. So it's actually pretty nice to see that Inverse, even though they've got the late game on their side, they are the ones taking the initiative the entire time. Silence ulti gets used though. In a bit of trouble here. Monty is going to lose his life. Migi on the side, trying to get out of harm's way, but will be interrupted. Thanos just going to burn him to a crisp. Double kill secured, so Inverse getting caught off guard. Trying to go for Lissex, but he's got that mech. He's not dying quickly.
Very nicely punished, and what Inverse would have to do now is just immediately gear up for a jump again. This Mars has a blink dagger, so he is very much ready to do that, and now there's no global for another 90 seconds.
Does have his defense plate now. Definitely do have to be fairly careful with that Aegis as well. Probably one of the best Aegis carries in the game because everything he wields is low cooldown. There's the Deuce ulti charging in the fight so no one can save Lissex. Ice Shard's block, not going to connect, but oh, the glimpse. Silencer gets dragged back. Will they get the kill onto the Silencer? Actually, they're going to lose the Deuce there. The rest of the team just on the run. I mean, they didn't have any of their ultis available anymore.
Yeah, and the X has a blink dagger, but I never saw him jump.
I think he jumped the Silencer, but then the Silencer also got glimpse, so it was like...
yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, that's kind of a...
Now, Inverse loses the one hero they really can't afford. And is Ursa's happy as a clam. And this is one of the problems with going double blink dagger here on both the Mars as well as the Axe is you don't really have any damage. Mars's burst is very reliant on his physical damage output, so maybe you have enough for the Silencer here. Now you're behind the tower again.
Glimpse sends him back. However, don't know if you want to send him back. The arena gets thrown out. Arzent, he's in trouble. Gets himself out of the arena, but Lissex is on the chase with the rest of the team. Arzent being hunted down, and that's going to be the Axe dying in trade. Well, again, you kill off the Silencer, but it's a 5 position. Silencer Kips, who cares?
Nobody, and Tano is still on the chase.
Oh, Slot gets rolled upon. Tano gets the kill. Right now, this is pretty much what they need to do on Omega if they want to win the game, right? Take down buildings with every single Silencer ulti you have, as you mentioned.
They have waited just long enough to get all the items up that they wanted. They got a mech on that Darkseer, they have the Diffusal Blade on that Ursa, but they didn't actually waste any more time than that. As soon as they had the Diffu, it was go, 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 and I'm really enjoying their play right now.
One of the weirdest changes I've seen this patch is when you look over towards the rune spot and you press Alt, it shuffles between the runes. That's weird.
Does it? So I don't see it.
You don't see when you press Alt? Like, huh. It just shuffles through the runes, and on the bounty you see that the bounty is going to spawn in 43 seconds and stuff. They added more details to everything. I think if you press Alt while you're playing a hero, it also shows your like attack range in a circle around you, which is kind of cool.
That is pretty cool and necessary.
Oh, the Tusky accidentally Ice Shards blocked himself on the wrong side. And is gonna have to pay the price for it with possibly, yep, now the silencer all of a sudden is on 10 permanent int. Starting to get smort.
Yep, that's a happy boy. Now another attempt at this mid tower, I think. I'm not sure with this BKB on the Bat Rider that Inverse can even defend if Omega goes for this.
Ursa also has that Blink Dagger almost done. Actually done, being delivered. This is really go time for the Omega side. Though Dusa is still farming up nicely. I mean, done with the Manta style, going for the Ayaskadi next. Once that Ayaskadi is done, the Dusa becomes twice as hard to kill.
Yep, and at the point where the Skadi comes out, it also becomes harder to ignore her with all of the slows. Omega has a very melee heavy lineup, so they're actually going to, like, normally Skadi Dusa isn't that much of a problem because he doesn't deal damage yet, but if everybody needs to be up in the face of their enemies, then suddenly it's a big problem when she's slowing all of you.
Okay, stop drawing on the map. I can't see anything, guys. Okay. Darkseid almost done with the Ags as well. I mean, that is such a huge buff to just throw one on the Ursa, one on the Urspit, and tell them to go ham. Speaking of which, Arsen gets jumped, Silence Ulti gets used. They're immediately looking for more though. Silence Ulti is just about to end. Mars actually went for the Yule Scepter next, gets kicked back towards the Ursa. Walrus Punch to try and keep the Ursa occupied. And actually, they're turning it around. The Ursa's dropping low. He doesn't have his ulti available. There's still only 2 dire heroes here. Nickety staying alive, and somehow they managed to win it out in the end. What just happened there? It looked like it actually was going well for the side of Inverse, but they just got crushed.
Double melee versus an Ursa. Not much more about it, honestly. That was pure lifesteal on top of a whole bunch of Fury Swipe stacks.
That got very dicey, but right now, Omega, they're getting full control. Only the second tower taken down, though. 2k net worth advantage in 20 minutes.
They found a Dusa. Oh, she's silenced up as well.
So, with the ulti, should be able to run away. That Rider uses BKB, which is about to end. Oh, big axe call coming out. They're controlling them up, but there's the jump on the backline from the Ursa. Going for Ilios, takes down the Dusa. He will find 2 big kills in trade, 3 actually. And Chan trying to TP out, but look at all those kill streaks being broken right now. Chan surrounded, and Chan finished off. They do manage to find themselves the Dusa, but at what cost, Kips?
At what cost? Yeah, as it turns out, if you don't have those stacks built up, Ursa doesn't really lifesteal all that much. And Lissex was not there. This Darkseer was finishing up his Aghanim Scepter like he should. It's like, alright guys, once I have my Aghanims and you can all have this beautiful, wonderful plus 275 health bonus, then I'll fight again. And everybody's like, nah, why do we need that? There's a Dusa right here. She gonna die, son.
Who cares about very important buffs and one of your strongest team fighter in the game? Kill Dusa. Go.
Yep. It's a bit of a deviation there because so far they've been very good at waiting for their item timings. I guess they got used to success a little bit too much.
They thought that they got a nice little present thrown towards them for that Dusa, but of course Manta Style gets rid of the silence, and then Stone Gaze gets you out of harm's way most of the time. I mean, she did die in the end, but that's mainly because she decided to turn around and pop up some right clicks, while Axe got one absolutely godly blink call.
They found her again?
Oh no. Now an illusion on top as well. That and that extra damage. Drag her back. Does pop the Stone Gaze. In comes the arena. Catch on to Chan, but they're chasing for Ilios. Do they manage to take her down? She's dropping low. She will follow suit. And the Silencer's not even dead just yet. They're looking for more Migi. The Mars in trouble. will burn to a crisp while they catch Slaw as a third one. They finally get themselves a silencer. But, yeah.
Not more.
The Dusa probably should stay away from the area where they have 3 wards.
Yeah. Unfortunate. And once she's against upon, like, this is one thing that this Omega team does have. They have chase forever. And they're going to chase this axe as well. Don't even need Dark Demon. He was just here to catch the Spirit Vessel charge.
It's starting to get very dicey right now for Inverse, though the net worth advantage is still not the greatest. But the fact that Dusa dies 2 times in a row, still not done with that Ayascati, really starting to dwindle down, and now even the Diffusal Ursa's ahead, plus Roche respawn, that's a free shard, that is perfect for the Ursa.
Exactly, he's going to finish Roshan, get an Aegis, get the shard for all of the extra status resistance, and then finish his BKB very soon after. And at that point, Inverse has got to be ready to defend our high ground. They will have the Scotty, but that's about it.
It's getting pretty dicey with that BKB almost done. Probably should wait until the Ursa does have his BKB. Even though they do have 3 spells that pierce BKB on the side of Inverse, so it's not necessarily like the end all, the save all. But for the rest of the spells, you always have a nice little quick Earth Shock. Not care about the Deuce's ulti, for instance.
That status resistance coming in real handy. They smoke up Inverse now.
And they know they need to make a play to give the Deuce some time to farm. However, the Deuce is walking forward. There is a bat. Oh, Ilios needs to be careful. And there's the jump in from the Ursa. Glimpse back the Ursa towards the other side. They're gonna get a catch on Titano. Can't pop his BKB in time. Is dropping low. Does finally get it off. And staying alive for the time being. Goes for the lasso. Drag this double snowball save. Tano is dead. There's going to be a big Dusa ulti. They're looking the wrong direction. Though they still do lose 2-2. Ming got T coming in with a lot of damage. And Migi.
Make that 3? No.
Oof. Somehow gets out. But yeah, the Dusa. First you think the Deuce is the first one to get caught. And then the Dusa is stuck on the low ground. So you get that high ground miss. Uphill miss. And just in a tough spot to really contribute at all to the engagement.
Yep, and even the Bat Rider nearly lives there. He's trying to make sure that Inverse can't catch him because he's in the wall of the arena.
Is under attack.
Nearly pulls that off to him. Migati is on the hunt. He's got that Ion Shell. He's got a Blink Dagger.
Oh, hello.
There's the vision.
Oh, Dark Demon. Mentioned his Earth Spirit performance in the drafting stage, and I think that's another hero that you can add to the banned list because he has been playing an absolutely exceptional game.
He is ballin'.
I mean, this offlane duo from Omega, Lissex, and Dark Demon is honestly amazing from the games that I've been able to watch them. They've been absolutely outstanding every single time.
Here, BKB, Tano.
Axe Call, BKB about to end. Migi, no arena, but not necessary because they already managed to get the kill on to Tano with a dunk. They can even sprint back. T putting Glimpse back, but Enraged does not really do anything for Glimpse. And they're trying to disengage. Slaw will follow everyone else in towards the grave, but it does, well, it only matters to the degree that you're again giving 2 int to the Silencer, who is starting to build up some nice stacks here. 26.
That is respectable. And it also matters that this Ursa still has 2 minutes left on the Aegis. We saw before with his previous Aegis that he was very much ready to throw this at whoever was in view. But without the Bat Rider, and especially also with the Bat Rider's BKB now getting low, Inverse can't just willy-nilly run into the dire side of the map anymore. They have to play much more careful. So this is a nice pick-off. Buying time for the Dusa to buy a damage item after that Scotty. And she's moving in for the butterfly. Very good versus the Ursa.
Guys playing a scary game, farming the enemy's triangle.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
You gotta find farm somewhere. And it's not on your side of the map, that's Deuce's.
Lissek's even on the high ground, waiting. Oh, Dark Demon. Is he gonna check it again? No. Arsent won't be getting caught. Spots the courier, or the courier spots him. And there we've got the chase. Lissek and Dark Demon immediately trying to hunt. Nano. Oh no, Arsent gets caught. Lasso is available. And there we go.
Got him.
He does die, but it cost them 4 rotations the entire time to hunt him in the tree lines.
He tried so hard and went so far, and he got normal punched for his troubles. That's another thing that we're going to see get used, especially versus Medusa right now. Blink Dagger over on this Darkseer as well. He's going to be trying to make sure that he gets 2 of her illusions, 1 of the Wall of Replica and 1 from the normal punch.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And starting to get pretty extra scary though. Mingati's Aegis is about to expire. They haven't taken down the tier 2 tower yet, and honestly they can't push high ground at all on Omega. The only way that they can win is if they catch off Inverse out of their base.
Exactly. These guys need to keep on murdering them for probably 10k net worth difference more.
There's gonna be yeah, I would say so. 28 minutes, 8k. It's like bad, but you know, this is easily still doable for a lineup that has a Dusa, who is still only level 17 though after 28 minutes. Hasn't been able to obtain that much XP, but needs that level 25, especially with the Ayascari.
And maybe a crit somewhere down the line. Right now she's going in for the BKB. This is Poverty Town. And she is correct in the sense that if you actually pop a BKB in this game, then the only one who can really do anything against you is the Ursa. And with the Stone Gaze up and running, that won't be too bad. You can always disengage. There's just you're still not going to have damage, and the rest of your team certainly isn't providing any of that at this point anymore either. It's starting to get hard to actually kill Omega's heroes right now.
Hey. Darkseer does tend to become tanky as well in the late game, plus is ready to create an Aeon Disc in case it's necessary for that extra sub 5 ability. And as you mentioned, normal punch is just an amazing. It's still so weird to watch and exactly what it does, but it's just, you know, everything that has a little bit of an anime vibe to it. I agree.
Well, you must be really happy with the new update then. This battle pass is basically the anime battle pass.
True, but like Mirana is so disappointing because like the upgrade, it looks so very little different to the actual Mirana. Yes, it's like they upgraded Mirana, but more. They should have made that like the default skin.
Yep.
So jump onto 2 sides. Silence ulti gets used. They already almost take down the Mars. Uses himself off to try and stay alive. It is going to die in the end. The Bat Rider flying all about. Nice snowball save attempt, but Medusa, can he get that much done to keep them at bay? Actually stoned Ursa. This is problematic. The Ursa dropping low. Ilios starting to get it around. Big kills coming in. The Blade Mill doing a lot of damage. Arsene will lose his life. Chan going to be chased down. The buybacks are plentiful. Even getting the glimpse. Actually,
but they're not going.
The bad glimpse.
His cores walked away from him. Oh no.
That was not the greatest snowball that we've ever seen.
My edge.
That was a very sad snowball.
Big misunderstanding, but nonetheless, that works out beautifully for the Dusa in the end.
Not the rest of her team, but the Dusa survives, which is critical. I mean, that is your, you know, win condition. Big fat Dusa unkillable.
Yep, she hit that level 20 now with winning that fight. As well as they were still talking about it.
Yeah, that's one of those moments where you start, you know, not necessarily getting angry, but you're like...
Oh, I mean, neither of them misplayed. Neither of them misplayed, it's just that they both made the move.
Yeah, it happens every once in a while. It's just that slight lack of communication in that situation, but then again, it is pure chaos. You can't really blame him. So Ursa, once he's I mean, he at one point got stoned because he was looking at the Dusa doing the stone gaze, and if he does not constantly move around, he's a sitting duck for the Dusa to right click down.
He is, yes, and this is actually pretty hard for him now. At some point, I think the Battle Rider might actually need to focus down, well, the axe. As I'm talking about it, we're getting exactly that.
So,
but there's no damage here.
Yeah, popped his BKB, and without sticky napalm stacks and the Firefly damage, Tarzan barely loses anything. Yeah, it cost him his BKB charge, but in trade, you lost Lasso, and that means they can't really fight for a while, because they really need that Lasso desperately to get one of the two players out of the fight. As you said, either the Axe or the Dusa needs to be lassoed. So, refresher. That's a scary Darkseer.
Extremely so. It's very possible that these Dusa illusions are just going to kill her entire team.
That was a fast Roche respawn, by the way. We've had 3 Roshans in 33 minutes.
Nigati can thank his lucky stars for that.
Dusa, Courier. So close to the enemies. Oh. Server ward right behind it as well. The threat is real. We'll quickly try to farm up the remainder of the butterfly. The only thing I'm fearing is the fact that, of course, if you fully buy out the butterfly, you won't have buyback. And if you lose your Dusa, you kind of lose everything.
But really, the only damage over on Omega is on this Ursa right now. So if you have a butterfly, it's going to be very hard for Omega to kill you at all.
Yeah, especially
I'd say it's worth it.
Because of the Dusa illusions not being able to hit you at that point, which is perfect. Because that's the only other real threat, except for the Ursa, as you mentioned. There we have the full butterfly on the Dusa, but right now, adding a little bit of damage might be great. You could also just go for some more sustain. Maybe even combine it, get a silver edge, bit of crit. And in case you get jumped, if they don't have invis detection, you just slither away.
Usually only works once, although towards the late game, of course, people usually fill up all their slots and it becomes better again.
No, Lasso's a creep! No, the War's Punch into kick, big vacuum wall coming out. They're actually going to re-aggress. They're all stoned at the same time. Axe called, trying to be attempted. The Dusa pumping out damage. There's going to be another wall plays. Dusa pops the BKB. But everyone in his team is being absolutely obliterated. Enios needs to run away. His team is dead. The illusions, as you mentioned, were doing all the work for this Darkseer, and now Monty is going to be finished off as well. No Dusa buyback. And luckily the push is absolutely dreadful, but yeah, those Dusa illusions did a lot of work. You don't see them in the damage chart, but they're there.
They're there. Absolutely. Unfortunately, they don't actually, like, I think they get the Darkseer in the call, but they can't focus him down. And that's a dieback.
Why are
That's
you?
a second dieback.
I'm baffled. Kips, why did they? Yep, I'm shook. I mean, they could not get Megas because there was still a tier 2 tower bottom. Just let them take 2 sets of racks in case it's necessary. Right now, you just lost the game. I mean, they can just go for tier 4s if they want. Luckily, they're just absolutely terrible at pushing them.
Yeah. Like, this was going to be a problem from the start, but as soon as this Dusa respawns, they also have another wall of replica up. Like, I think they can fight her. There's a lasso? Yeah, she can't get near this.
Oh, Disruptor, you're almost at that Ags, we believe. Leos needs to be very careful. Normal punching the Dusa illusion, and it actually just does so much damage to Slaw there, plus hunts him
They
down.
call it?
GG gets called, and yeah, that is a big turnaround with Lissex on the Darkseer, just summoning illusions upon illusions to make sure that their opponents can't get anything done. It's honestly, the way the game was going, I definitely expected Inverse to be able to hold out till the end, but damn, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, same actually. Like, I expected this to be one of those high ground standoffs where the Medusa keeps on getting more farmed and the Rider keeps on fishing for kills on the high ground, can't find them. We get this D-Ward war, you know, the whole Mexican standoff thing. But instead, I guess that Inverse thinks that they have a good fight there because the Bat Rider misses his lasso. And to be honest, at the start, I expected that as well. But Darkseer says, no, I am in position. This Medusa is on the low ground. I am on the high ground. I can get her twice here. We're doing this, boys. And an excellent call because, yeah, absolutely wrecked by her own illusions. Beautiful Darkseer gameplay from start to finish, honestly. You were saying it already that this Dark Demon and the Darkseer have such a great synergy in these previous games. Well, I can see that. They look really in sync. And they played such fast Dota while also getting these items up on this Darkseer. I love it.
Absolutely stellar so far, but that's only the first one in this best of 3, and we even have a best of 3 after this in case it's necessary. But Omega Gaming, they take the first map against Inverse, and we'll be back after a short break for the second game, so don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second map in this best of 3 between Omega Gaming and Inverse. My name is DKTruman, and joining me is the always lovely Kips. And well, could you give us a brief little recap of what we saw in game number 1?
Yeah, game number 1, great blink dagger work from both of the cores of Inverse, but ultimately it didn't matter that much, as between the Ursa and the Darkseer especially, there just wasn't much hope for their Medusa. And that means that they never got to the late game where they would have wanted to take out that win with their ultimate hard carry, and it goes to Omega Gaming with some beautiful fast-paced gaming. And now we are heading into game 2, and I wonder if Inverse is going to dare to try the same again.
Yep, game number 2, of course, both these teams pretty much in the middle of the pack, 1-1, so losing this doesn't mean that you have no chance to advance on, but you probably kind of want to win this match to give yourselves that extra edge. And we'll head in towards the draft right now. We started off with a Hoodwink pick for Omega Gaming. One ban that was different from the previous game, and that is the Mars taken out by Inverse, who coincidentally were the ones who actually picked it.
And two flexible openings here. We've seen, of course, the Hoodwink make some more appearances on the mid role recently, especially as played by 9 on Tundra. I wonder if Omega would also play it like this. Right now, though, I think it's partially a block pick. They banned it the previous series to make sure Inverse couldn't get their hands on it, and now Inverse with the Earth Spirit as well. We're just taking each other's heroes here. Yeah.
Oh
there
no.
We go.
There's the Dusa pickup. Well, Dusa is kind of you kind of expected every single game these days. Earth Spirit, of course. Let's see. We saw an absolutely amazing Dark Demon Earth Spirit from game 1. Can Inverse add the same kind of flair to it?
Yeah, I wonder, would the Earth Spirit partially look that good just because you got a great combo with it? Darkseer Earth Spirit is one of those old-time classics. There's like Weaver Earth Spirit, Darkseer, Weaver, 2 of those heroes that can both chase and make use of big damage over time. So I'd like to see Inverse pick up something like that themselves as well. Unfortunately, Weaver is out. I guess I desperately want to see a Darkseer ban out of Omega Gaming right here, right now. Otherwise, they're just gonna get hit by it right back.
Yeah, I would 100% agree with you, Kips. Darkseer Earth Spirit is a nasty combo to lane against. And I mean, do you think that this is a gyrocopter core, or do you think they're just gonna go with the position 5 gyro?
From what I've seen of Slaw, he's definitely capable of doing that, but Gyro Dusa, this is not a bad matchup for either of them, really. You can definitely... It's really about who gets to be the most farmed and gets to take the stand, and the other one has to engage into them. Neither of these heroes are good at jumping the other. Medusa, maybe if you buy a Blink Dagger and you jump, past the enemy front line, that sort of thing. But this... if this is a core gyrocopter, this has all the makings of a farm fest.
10 seconds.
Yeah, if this is a core, yeah, it would be a pretty interesting game if that would be the case, because then you're pretty much looking at, maybe the IO added in for extra flair, and then taking it to the late game. Though I don't really Gyro against Dusa. I don't think Gyro wins against Dusa.
10 seconds.
But they kind of have like some of the toolkit, but it feels like the Gyro is a lot more stronger early game.
He is definitely more challenged, yeah. You have to play both the farming and the fast game over on Gyrocopter. However, they still have the option over to just take Darkseer here. They're not going for it.
Death Prophet. Okay. Could be off lane, mid, flexible in that regard. Some people even go so wild as to put it safe lane, though I doubt it. Unless you really want to push it again on the Inverse side and you actually just get a full pushing draft that doesn't get destroyed by Medusa split shot, which Death Prophet really nails that spot perfectly.
She can stand in the heart of the team fight without looking at Dusa, still deal a ton of damage, and forces the the enemy team to keep on engaging with her, especially if she manages to get on top of the Dusa. Otherwise, you just melt straight through her.
10 seconds.
Spirit Breaker, definitely good at separating out fights, though.
5 seconds remain.
Yeah, I mean, both these position 4s, again, those aggressive run-in supports, Earth Spirit, Spirit Breaker, just constantly want to be in the thick of it, in the battle, creating plays all over the place. And it also does mean that you can never, on either side of the team, really be standing out somewhere to farm because there's a random Spirit Breaker charging at you or an Earth Spirit jumping out of the trees. So there's a lot of kill threat and a lot of magic damage this game.
Absolutely. They can still pick up the Invoker on either side here.
Disruptor.
It's Disruptor again, yeah, so definitely core Spirit Breaker by now, unless of course it's that core Hoodwink. I mean, a girl can hope, right? I don't think it'll be that, but...
I would assume
probably
a Spirit Breaker off lane. I mean, Hoodwink is just... I mean, you said, yeah, 9 plays it, but, you know, it's like one of those, you know, Thompson plays it, kind of. Yeah, he plays it. No one else does.
No one else does indeed.
I mean, I saw Samil try that Grimstroke mid once. It wasn't a success.
Seen several people try the Oracle mid as well. Wasn't a success. I mean, that's one of the ones that even Thompson himself couldn't really make work, right? He still did it. There we go. So definitely support Gyrocopter then. I had a feeling when the Death Prophet pick came out. Gyrocopter to support Earth Spirit. Charo Luna is just such a spammy lane.
Really, no faith in Luna support. Okay, I see how it is. Still one of my favorite support heroes out there. When, you know, she had that, I think, 300 cast range talent at level 10, which was stupidly OP. And then you could play it as support. But yeah, I mean, another very strong pushing hero.
Yeah, you can definitely 5-man with this Luna, as well as keep up that farming tempo. It's something that would have been hard to pull off with the Gyrocopter if possible, but Luna 100% the better fit for it. I'm really enjoying this inverse draft so far. She can get focused down in these fights if you have any kind of reach and damage over on Omega Gaming for the last pick, because you put the Spirit Breaker onto the Luna, you bash her once, you Nether Strike her, and then you put some other damage from anybody really towards it. And then the Darkseer actually gets banned by Inverse. They have no intentions of playing it themselves. They're just scared to get the Luna illusioned up again.
Yeah, it wouldn't be great either. Spirit Breaker, Darkseer kind of works the same as her Spirit Darkseer. Just run at you, run at you, run at you. And Luna is a lot squishier, especially in the early game compared to Adusa. Like, Luna is just paper.
You gotta output enough damage to keep him off of you. It's gonna be rough versus a Spirit Breaker, and I'm looking at that SB as well. He's got the shard with the break on it. That will keep him relevant against the Luna for a long time, because if you break Luna, she actually doesn't do all that much damage anymore. All of the glaives are gone. She doesn't get the aura anymore. It's pretty good.
Well, maybe we get to see some spirits. Already 2 banned out though. That means what? Storm and... Nah, we already have... Yeah, Storm is only left. The Earth Spirit's already in the game. Storm gets banned out. Rip.
Yeah. No, like Inverse was not about to play it themselves, is the thing. Their mid apparently does not play Storm. So it would have been Omegas. And now there are 0 spirits left.
Disruptor Hoodwink feels so incredibly weak, and like if they even get looked at funny by the Earth Spirit, they die.
Yep, he is extremely good at the chase down, and we're going to have homing missiles following them around as well. Like, you can scurry all you want, you're not getting out of that. You can't glimpse a missile.
If only you could. It would be really interesting if you could glimpse projectiles. But then again, in a team fight, there would be chaos everywhere that you couldn't ever glimpse an enemy. Valve, think about it. Just, you know, glimpse projectiles. Maybe add that. You already had that weird interaction with Sprink.
Dire's turn to pick.
Lena.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
the classic mid I beat every other mid laner in the game hero.
Yep, and a lot of the heroes that can at least supplement as well as the Lina, like the Ember Spirit, for example, and the Kunkka are already gone. The one that's popular right now that's actually left is the Quap. Other option, Darkseer? No, sorry, Darkseer, excuse me. I'm looking at the Darkseer ban. Bat Rider? For inverse this time?
I definitely try to not pick up Quap against a Spirit Breaker Disruptor.
Yeah.
It feels like you
Doesn't
just
feel
straight
good,
up
huh?
die. Something... I mean, I have no idea what would be the correct choice here. Surprising to me that we haven't seen SF being picked or banned in the first 2 games, considering that, you know, safe lane SF right now is like one of the biggest heroes. But then again, it's not one of those heroes that is amazing against Dusa, and they keep first picking Dusa.
You could Lesh if you want to continue the push theme.
Well, that's a very good
also,
one.
You could also, of course, promote this Death Prophet to mid lane. She's not great versus Lina, but she'll make do. And then pick off an offlaner of some kind. Offlane pool fairly thin right now as well, though.
Yeah.
Pangolier?
Pangolier is okay. Rolling Thunder is kind of weird interaction with Deuce of Stonegaze, and they're gonna go for the Bat Rider. You did mention it previously.
The ultimate choice.
Pretty much just try and dominate the laning stage, I guess. Or, you know, if the Lina stands out one moment, you can burn her to a crisp, and which is kind of funny because she's also a fire goddess. But for the most part, I think that the Bat Rider to get you over that first, you know, 15 minutes, and then the Death Prophet comes running in, could really get the foot in the door, because we already saw Dusa lose against the Bat Rider.
We did. I mean, you gotta kill her during that lasso though, because we saw that twice, I think, as well, where the lasso is over, she's still alive, and instead she's in the middle of your team stone gazing. That's always kind of awkward.
Yeah. It's not necessarily the greatest game to try and kill the Dusa, per se. I mean, Luna doesn't win against Luna doesn't win against Lina either. It's actually not a great Luna game. So, yeah, I would assume just farm up, get to that like 20-25 minute mark, and then start taking down every building with the Death Prophet at that point probably has taken down 3 buildings single-handedly. And try to overwhelm them at that point, but it's going to be a pretty tough game. I think I like Omega's draft here a bit more.
I think so as well. It's very easy for them to make plays, pick off plays like the Spirit Breaker plus the 2 supports, or the Spirit Breaker plus the Lina can always kill. And over on the side of Inverse, it's really only the Bat Rider that can make plays early on. The Death Prophet is mostly just going to be shoving waves and running at towers, which is... There's a lot of wave clear with the Lina. I'm not sure if you have to be too scared of that if you're over on the side of Omega. So yeah, I agree with you here. I like their game plan quite a bit more. They have more options to make plays.
Yeah, and of course, late game will definitely favor Omega pretty much all the time, unless we see some weird Lina goes for magic damage build, and then I'm completely diverting my entire call to the other direction, because Lina, the classic, you know, bots, BKB, Silver Edge, and then you can pretty much solo everyone on the side of Inverse.
Agreed. This Luna stands a chance if it was just a Medusa solo core, but with the Lina as well, this Luna has to get absolutely out of control. And in order for the Luna to get out of control, this Bat Rider has to get out of control first. There's a lot of conditions here that need to be met. I don't like it when there's a lot of ifs.
Just 30 seconds.
But ifs at least mean that there's a chance.
There is a chance, for sure. I guess the first sentry wrong.
That is always a very, very painful moment that you'll have to live with. 50 gold wasted. Oh. As a support, I know the feeling.
Pretty brutal at the start of the laning phase.
The match of matches.
Oh, I do like the ward that's placed by Inverse. That way Monty can snipe the couriers. And we saw last game where Minga T pretty much ended the laning phase, mainly because his teammate Shan constantly kept sending out that regen. If you get rid of that entire influx of regen, it is a lot easier to win the lane. Even though, yeah, it's not the easiest lane to win. Death Prophet versus Dusa, but it's definitely a lot easier than a Axe who kind of does nothing against the Dusa.
The Death Prophet, as an offlaner, really loves abusing melee lanes. They have to get close to her, she's trading physically against them, and then once they are up in her face, she spirit siphons. It feels really good. And instead she's dealing with the Medusa. Death Prophet offlane doesn't push the wave all that hard. And will be in range of a lot of Mystic Snakes. She already tanked one this game. It's not going to get better.
Monty and Arsent both dropping low. Monty gets himself back. Will stay alive. Arsent? Dangerous situation. Actually, Arsent is gonna survive because he has a Fairy Fire. And it's not even necessary. But yeah, they are getting crushed in the lane. Luckily enough. They do have lane control now though.
Only briefly. These snakes, man.
Oh, the glimpse.
And a glimpse back.
DP. Another snake. And another kill secured. And that's a 1k net with advantage already. Chan wants the suicide, does get the suicide, gives Arsent a little bit of cash for it, but fully HP, fully mana'd up. And possibly even a moving courier for the Dusa. Be a big advantage here.
And I did think that this was going to be a hard lane for the Death Prophet, but not this hard.
Oh, Minga D gonna get rolled upon. Actually, the roll does not connect. Monty needs to be a little bit careful.
Top
Sean
lane. Ilios
got a lot.
Moon's blessing.
Aha! Stupid homing missile.
that Spirit Break has such a low attack time, it takes him forever.
And we're happy that that's the case, by the way. Having high
Yes.
attack speed on a Bara in the beginning of the game is not fun. So right now, speaking of not fun, that is Miggy's lane up against the Lina. Doubled the last hits. That is definitely not where you want to be as a Bat Rider.
He is not. And he has been dragging these creeps over into the river or into his side camp the entire time, trying to stay out of the wave where he's going to get nuked, and instead just praying that he gets the last hit them somewhere where at least he only has to tank the creeps and not also the Lina on top.
Oh, homing missile. Dark Demon gets stunned, but Slot charged up by Lissex. Get a bash. RNG. Yes, there we go.
Yes.
Slot. Nope. Denied. No kill being secured. While in the meantime, Arsent finds Chan in the bottom lane. Actually, oh, that snake does a lot of damage, but the healing for Arsent. Monty rolling in. Gets the kill. Very low. But they managed to get a double kill on the Death Prophet. That's a nice way to try and gain back control in the lane. He's also got the infused raindrops, and that is honestly a lifesaver in that bottom lane for the Death Prophet.
That's going to reduce a lot of the damage done here from those snakes flying out. That was a kill on the Medusa level 3. Actually very surprised. Normally that's where people really start falling over, but it was close.
Oh, Arsent. Until he has infused raindrops, otherwise would already be dead. Not that it matters because he's still gonna die, but he would have died like 2 seconds sooner, and that's just terrible.
Poor guy couldn't catch a break.
Same with the Bat Rider. He's on 14, while Lena's on 35. My God.
And Tano is doing this thing here as well. When the Bat Rider's not in the lane, he's not actually shoving hard. He's just controlling. He's denying so much right now. And the Bat Rider is like, the spam's gonna start when he comes back in.
I mean, Lena's level 6. Full
Yeah.
level ahead. They now also have to fear the Laguna with if she's full mana. With one combo, you will easily kill off the bat. Unless, does he have? Nope, does not actually have himself those infused raindrops. Which I probably think might be a good idea to get.
This is a great game for raindrops.
Dire structures are fortified.
Oh, Tano. Going for the TP out. Look at the damage, though! Ho, ho, ho!
Wait, what?
Bat Rider, he had 7 stacks on the Lina. And he, like, Lina died in half a second.
That's extremely careless.
There is little
I was not looking
for
at that. There was
radiance
no
in
way
the
she should be able to die there.
All of a sudden, the bat gets a
Well,
huge
nice.
catch.
Radiant should look to their middle tower.
I mean,
I'd
that
say that saved his game, but that's definitely a nice bonus.
bottom lane, Monty trying to body block so Arzen can get the kill. No, Crypt Swarm too far away. Monty is in trouble. Actually, the turnaround, but Monty wants to roll in, or does he? Yep, he does. Stuns up Chan. Monty dropping low, gets the kick. Mingati getting slowed down. Arzen did use his Spirit Siphon on probably the wrong target there. Because right now,
Gonna pay with his life?
yep, there is a Dark Demon coming in as well.
Should look to their middle tower.
The kill goes to the creeps, luckily enough.
Middle tower.
They did immediately ping the Spirit Breaker on top though, but I'm not actually sure if a Luna Gyrocopter can even kill this if Lissax doesn't come forward.
I'm not opposed to
He
it.
doesn't have
Now
bulldoze.
BG's bot.
Oop.
He's got a lasso.
Oh, the Dusa. That's a painful death, though still top net worth for the time being. Tano second. I mean, the 2 main cores are still doing pretty well. Actually, this Sax getting charged at in the top lane, but a great rotation from Tano. Laguna Blade gets an absolutely divine 2-man LSA.
Both on the edges. That's just... That makes my toes curl.
You and me both. Because right now, the Hoodwink, perfect to be in that position. Gets, of course, that free XP in mid. To catch up, though Miggy needs to be careful. There's a glimpse available as well, and he's going to get caught. Ooh, that's a pretty big mistake coming in. And a 2k net worth lead in 7 minutes is looking really stellar. However, Mingati is again in trouble.
With all of the support showing on other lanes, they can definitely run straight after him.
Clara TP, but a little bit too late to the party. However, right now I just send the Deuce at top lane and yeah. At least swap it, maybe try and get that tier 1.
Yep, it is about time for that
Dire's
transfer
middle tower
over.
is under attack.
The only problem that Omega Gaming has really here is that they have no good, one of those teamfight offlaners that you can put on your safe lane tower, or, a timber saw, somebody that they need to spend resources to get through. And instead they're going to pretty much leave this lane to the Death Prophet now, which he's going to take very happily.
No real pressure being put in these lanes. I mean, Arsent, I assume, with this level 6, will go for that tier 1 tower bottom. I don't even necessarily think that it's necessary to pop your Exo.
No, they're ditching it. Just stand there.
Yeah, just right click it down, get the tower, then use it for mid. Once you open up mid and bottom, you pretty much have full reign of the enemy's jungle.
Radiant's bottom tower is in danger.
He's gonna pop it for bottom anyway, because, well, you gotta hurry up. Or he's just handling it the old
Radiant's
open
bottom
AI
tower
way.
is under attack.
True as well. I mean, there is something to be said for a little bit of tempo, because this Lina has her boots of travel already, so if you don't take this tower now, she is going to gank you on the next go.
Radiant's bottom tower is no more. Dire's top tower is
Well,
under
the tower trade is gonna come in. You know, of course, attack speed plenty to take down the tier 1 tower top.
Dire should look to their top
But you can see by the gold difference here that spending only the Death Prophet bottom and encountering 0 resistance while using 3 hero stop, with 2 of which cores, has actually eked down the gold difference quite a bit. That was a lot of farming time, especially for the Bat Rider on mid, who can see pretty much everybody who's dangerous on the enemy team just sitting under the top tower. He's got BOTs as well.
Luna still needs a lot of time to really farm. Almost done with the Mask of Madness. Does she at least have some stacks? Well, they're trying to build them up right now.
And the worst case would be if the bat got kicked out of lane even harder, then he wouldn't have his BOTs up and the Luna would not be able to transition into the jungle right now, but they exactly managed to miss that. I think partially thanks to the solo kill on mid from EG.
For enemies.
Okay, Death Prophet's... What is the Death Prophet building? Incans?
A hood, usually.
I know, but Voidstone, like Perseverance into...
Eager to know Dire's whereabouts.
No, it's going for a hood. Random Voidstone. It's just, okay. Yes, Yule's was the plan originally? Something?
Possibly. Could be... Voidstone is not a good value pickup, it's so expensive. And now, here is that Lina.
Yep. Easy pickings. Dark Demon picks it up because Urn is kill stealing.
Your gold and my pocket.
So every kill that delays inverse is a win in Omega's book. Because their plan is, you know, extending this for quite some time. Jan's actually going for the solo kill onto the Luna, dropping him low. Luna almost taken down. Rolling Boulder in for the chase. Die, die, die! Ilios, there's the charge. Bara gets interrupted. Oh my lord. Another strike. Oh no, the lasso! The pain, the humility, the disaster on the Omega side.
That was such a great attempt. I can't believe he went for that.
Can't believe it almost worked.
You know, I presume he was just warding and he walked into her, so he can't place anything down and says like, fine, I dropped my stuff. He doesn't even have a ward, he just went there. Okay, bowler.
No fear whatsoever though. Right now Miggy needs to be careful. Glimpse sends him back. That's a kill. Mingati. Another one secured. Well, they lose the bounty rune in the process, but oh, and they might lose the Earth Spirit. It is a hasted Earth Spirit though. And there's a snipe from a Dark Demon on top, and again Lessex together with Dark Demon. Always looking pretty solid for that Omega lineup.
Well, that Earth Spirit, I don't want to say he gets the last laugh, but he stole 2 runes there, which means that this Lina actually had to go base instead of refilling, so... I think that death might have actually been worth it.
That is fairly true. Gotta keep that Lina off of the BKB. Even though they do have one thing for the BKB, pretty much the lasso, unless you of course count exorcism, but I
don't count it.
Oh, Dark Demon in trouble. However, that's a big LSA. Oh, again coming through. Get the kill. Arson gets glimpsed back. The snipe on top. And Arson's the second one to follow suit. That was beautiful. Tano again with a double LSA stunner.
Just sitting in the trees and Inverse really overestimating their damage output there, I think. There's always going to be reactions on that mid tower unless you immediately burst your target, but now Hoodwink just lives too long.
Monty, another one being caught out. And another one taken down. 2K net with lead. The Deuces just continuing the farming spree. Actually, one of the things that I saw in that previous fight, what I wanted to point out, was the Bat Rider bought a Quelling Blade. And the reason why Bat Rider bought a Quelling Blade is specifically because Hoodwink's in the game. Every single time an Acorn Shot gets thrown out, immediately try to cut it.
It's a pretty worthwhile attempt, but yeah, if you don't make it, then unfortunately you've invested a bunch of gold into an item that's not doing anything for you.
Well, he did actually cut the tree against Dark Demon, which was pretty nice. The problem was, you know, they chased in behind the tier 1 tower, and this Lina is pretty good, I might say.
He's doing alright.
This X is gonna die. It is a 4-man rotation. Is he gonna die though? God, he's taking so much time, has a charge, but he keeps 4 Dire heroes occupied for a solid 45
We're gonna
seconds.
get Arsent.
Gonna blade immediately onto the DP. Cooldown doesn't really do anything to do so. Ulti keeps him at bay. Oh, the snipe onto the Bat Rider slows him down. Lina is pretty fast. Are they gonna re-aggress? Rolling Bolt in. The catch comes on top of Chan. Dark Demon needs to be careful, because that's another support that is going to get caught out. Tano is still here to pump out damage. In comes the Eclipse of Ilios. Oh, it's only a level 2 Lucent Beam, so it really doesn't do any damage. And Monty, no mana, no chance. The kills still favor Omega.
You could see Omega really fearing that Eclipse there, because there's absolutely no creeps near to tank any of it. Tano? Oh no.
18 Magic Wand charges. LSA runs away, has bots and a TP available. Oh.
I don't understand why Arsent doesn't follow him.
Why would you follow the enemy's mid lane when you can grab a position for Hoodwink?
This is true.
Just
I
the
take it
moral
back.
value. It's a Hoodwink. Have you heard that voice? He's mocking
It
you
is
just
true.
like Maresca.
I was about to say, not the most annoying laugh in the game. That one goes to Dark Willow.
Still, one of my favorite voice lines is Enchantress when she goes, "I'm a predator."
I'm a predator!
Oh, that's so freaky. Oh.
Yay! She could be one of the happy tree friends.
Oh no, not those again.
I am so sorry, I did not mean to dig up your childhood traumas.
Well, I
But
did
I did
love
it
him,
anyway.
but definitely not something to show here.
I see, you're one of those. 3-man murder smoke into the dire jungle.
Oh, the bat getting spotted again. Another strike, back, sniped, taken down without being able to respond whatsoever. Spirit Break is almost up done with his Aghanim Scepter as well. Gonna get that nice cooldown reduction. Pierce the spell immunity, even though BKBs are not up yet. Oh, actually, Luna's BKB is up. Oh, Luna just used BKB.
Top tower is
What
under
for?
attack.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Bottom tower is in
I mean, who needs a 9-second BKB when you can use an 8-second one?
Listen, it's just a second, right? It's not a long amount of time.
I mean, to be fair, people tend to not use BKBs as much if they still have long durations. So if you just quickly drop it to 6 seconds, you don't have that innate thought of let's not use it. You're just like, oh, it's, you know, who cares? It's already 6 seconds.
And just get it out of the way.
It's gonna end there anyway. Might as well do it sooner rather than later.
But yeah, the BKB piercing of this this charge is going to help out a ton versus the Dusa. As well as this is a great farming item actually. Really helps with the core Spirit Breaker to keep up your farming speed. You deal a lot of damage to both the creeps and the camps when you're charging through. And of course it helps keep up the pace of the game. Right now they spotted Monty.
are scanning for enemies.
A little bit too spooked.
Blessings upon a
Ingati
loyal
going a
warrior.
slightly different build than his counterpart in the previous game. He went for the Dragonlance and is now going for the Ayaskadi. So added one item in between. Of course, Dragonlance is very flexible. If you eventually want to build a BKB, you can just break it open and get the Ogre Axe. Ogre Axe from that piece.
Works very well. Gets used on gyrocopters a lot these days. The disassemble trick.
Dire should look to their top.
And yeah, I think Medusa, she knows that versus the Luna, unless the Luna is really balling out of control, you have more time to get your items up. You don't need to be ready for an Ursa with a Diffusal Blade to start running at you. You don't need that Skadi right here, right now. So, Mingati taking his time, enjoying his space. Because his team has been doing a fantastic job creating that space for him.
I've had multiple games the last couple of days where there are random neutral items everywhere in the jungle, because when people try to send them back to base, there's an extra button that says drop on the ground when you right click on the item. So I just randomly see people dropping it accidentally on the on the ground next to them and walking away without realizing that they dropped a neutral item. I think that just happened in this game as well, because there was a random...
Oh, no.
I mean, they picked it up, the Luna picked it up immediately afterwards, but he just found a random keen optic lying on the floor.
That's been there a while.
Love it when Valve changed things without specifically saying what they changed.
Oh, and they've got the BKB on the Batrider. He can come into this immediately with his boots of travel, so just
Luna as
smoke
well.
up.
8 seconds
Yep.
though, but...
Shh.
Get there soon enough. Is that a Glimmer Cape? No, that's not a Glimmer Cape. That is gonna be a Dark Demon Hoodwink getting spotted out. Chan pops his Sexual Connect field. Doesn't matter because BKB still does the work. Charge coming in though, controlling up the Luna, who is being absolutely stun locked. Oh my lord, the damage coming through. Another charge available for the Spirit Breaker. A 1-for-1 trade, but definitely worthwhile. Miggy gets charged up, has a BKB, as you mentioned, but can't respond because Lissex with that Aghanim Scepter, very deadly on the barrier, looking for a fourth for the side of Omega, and yeah, they've got a high ground ward. Oh no, whatever shall we? You're dead.
Yeah, maybe your Death Prophet can go deward that while they take Roshan. I mean, I doubt they'll actually let you because they have a Spirit Breaker.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That was painful. That was the BKB reveal for, I guess, for the Luna as well, because she hadn't actually shown up to a fight with it yet, but especially for the Batrider. She dies because of the charge. The Aghanim Scepter literally just finished, and the Batrider doesn't even get his off. What a tragedy this is turning into.
Omega complete control of the game, 7k net worth lead with the lineup that is meant to go to the late game.
Never go out.
Leaving the ages in a bit. Why not? And they have also the Aghanim Shard over on the Disruptor, so there is one of those sweet attack speed buffs. Works especially well on the Dusai. He's a little bit of a slow snake, really likes the 50% movement speed buff as well.
Yeah, but you know, all in all, it's just a farming item for the Disruptor. So that you can throw it on your Medusa and be like, yeah, I'ma help you hit the creeps.
Continues.
You're giving away all the supporting secrets here, dude. Shush.
Actually, the greatest one is you pop it on the Spirit Breaker and he gets that slight little movement speed charge and he hits onto someone. That could be pretty nasty.
That's true, actually. It works on literally everybody in this game. That is really cool.
Oh, right now we have a DC. Arzent did go for that Hood of Defiance and the Yule Scepter, building up the BKB next. But, well, I mean, that Bara alone is pretty much already the counter for BKB this game.
I guess you can confuse him by being like, alright, we have 3 BKBs right now. You gotta pick one of them.
Luna.
Maybe
Every
2.
time.
Of course, it's the Luna.
Like she's going for the Daedalus. She has no HP. If you get on top of the Luna, she can't. Like Lena, at one point, just 3 hits her.
Yeah, I wonder if she isn't better served by getting a Satanic.
It's all coming together.
I can break open the Mask of Madness, get it slightly faster. Because right now, Luna, I mean, in general, Luna can't, like, man fight the Dusa or the Lina at all, anyway. But right now, you're just going to lose to the Spirit Breaker. Combined with the Hoodwink, if they randomly encounter you.
Yep. She needs to do too many things this game. She needs to tank the Spirit Breaker, but she also needs to deal the damage in those team fights, especially because Arzent just hasn't really been able to do anything this game. Like, sometimes he hasn't been there, but other times I think he was right not to get too involved because he just dies. He has no impact whatsoever. And I guess the same can be said for Miji. This poor guy, we saw him farm his entire BKB and try once and just immediately get shut out of the game again.
Well, hasn't really popped it yet. He died before he could even use it. So that's
True.
also... Not that it would have mattered, because he'd still get charged and completely stun locked and whatnot. Right now, it's going to be very hard for Inverse to come back. Okay, give me your ideal scenario how they can turn this around.
I think the Lina needs to die first. You lasso the Lina, that's a lot of their damage output gone. And then afterwards, maybe your Luna actually survives to go by the Spirit Breaker and you can turn. Something like that. But that Aegis needs to be on first. You don't get that scenario without the Lina only having 1 life.
So you're not very optimistic.
I'm not. We weren't even optimistic in the draft, dude.
That is very true. Oh yeah, I heard about this. Quickly just read something from a part of the production crew. That they added controller support to Dota. So you can now play Dota with a controller. Just think of the fact that people are trying to play Invoker on a controller.
If it can be done, it will be done. I've seen some great memes of people having a steering wheel to control Dota with. Okay. Did they just call it?
Oh. Seems there were some issues, I guess. Okay. This was a very, very sad anticlimactic ending to the game.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of thought that at least Arzent would play, but I guess he was just done. I can see why, as a team, you can call this game done. As you could hear from my try at giving a winning scenario, the chances were very slim already. I mean, it didn't look that great from the draft onwards. But you should decide that as a team, and not when your offlaner just steps out. That's a bad sign.
I don't know if it's necessarily like he stepped out, or maybe there was some internet issues or whatnot. But it's a weird way to end the game. That's all yeah. I mean, I'm just going on to the assumption that, you know, his internet died or something along those lines and he couldn't come back. Otherwise, it would be twice as sad if this really was the way that they ended the game. The rage scenario, if you will. But that concludes this series in a very sad and anticlimactic ending. The first game, definitely miles ahead in terms of fun compared to the second. But we do have more to be played, Kips. And one of them, of the two teams that are going to be competing against each other, was actually one of the favorites to win the entire group stage.
They were, yeah. I mean, the tragedy of Wolf Team, like the fact that they're not going to be promoted has already been written. But really, I'm just here to see how much further their free fall is going to take them. First, they don't qualify. Second, they lose Yodomi. Who still has to play 1 game for them, by the way, in order for the entire squad to not get disqualified because of roster instability. They need 1 more game with their main player. I'm hoping he turns up tonight, and at least they get that sorted, and maybe we'll get to see some sort of regrouping from them. But otherwise, they're up versus Unknown, who are going to be very eager to take down these fallen champions. They were at TI, DK.
Yep, they were actually at TI, and now they are, well, close to like getting eliminated from the DPC Division 2 in South America, which is, I mean, that would be a gut blow, considering the fact that there's one other Brazilian team in here, which is not too much, but there aren't that many top tier Brazilian teams now that they've dropped down to the Division 2. However, that is a game that we'll be discussing in give or take an hour. Yes, indeed, an hour. That's how long the break is going to last. So we'll be back for that match, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll see you guys then. Ta-ta. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We have ourselves, well, pretty much the preparation between Unknown Team and our way, aka Wolf Team, that is going to be on its way soon enough. My name is DKTruman, and joining me for the analytical side of this cast will be Kips. And well, you probably have a couple of things to mention about the fact that these both teams are 0-3.
Yeah, I sure do. I mean, our way Wolf Team has managed to scrape together some games there, mostly based off of really powerful hero picks. But all over, they haven't exactly looked like the top candidate that they're supposed to be. And then on the other side, we've got Unknown Team, who have gotten a single map win right now versus Interitus, but who have looked pretty dang shaky otherwise. So this should be very much, please, oh Lord, be Wolf Team's first win.
Yep, I mean, that's of course what they're looking for, of course. Their opponent's Unknown Team, they're not gonna give it away to them scot-free. But Wolf Team, if they even want to, consider staying into Division 2 and not having to do the open qualifiers again, probably would be in their best interest to start winning some games. And well, with that star-studded roster, definitely expect that to be the case. I mean, 3 of them were at TI this year. That is like a big no-no. That's a big fall from grace.
It's huge, and it's just seemed like dysfunction. Like, I think if this team actually plays a pub, that on player quality alone, they play so much better just in all of these officials, but they don't. And something goes wrong in the team connection. Either they don't play together, or once they do, they go too all in. It feels like they're oversteering the ship. Like, oh god, there's an iceberg, we go left now. Instead of turning a little bit, they turn the entire way and
hit
hit
another
right into
iceberg.
another.
Yep.
Exactly.
Exactly. There seems to be some mistakes with the lobby. We have no idea what is going on right now, but the lobby has been remade for the 3rd time. So hopefully that's not going to be a foreboding problem in the next matches. Otherwise, we already had some technical difficulties thanks to Valve being, well, Valve in some of their approaches with new patches.
Mm-hmm. Well, at least I can see the actual the match ticker again, the DPC match ticker. That one was broken for me a couple of days.
I mean, that's just that's the way we work. This game's still in beta, so it's always going to be a struggle. But yeah, I mean, this matchup, you said it as well. If the side of Wolf Team, if they pretty much just play it like a pug, you'd even still expect them to make it through this match, or just in general in this Division 2. That's how talented these players are. And that is what's so surprising about the fact that they just, I mean, connections between the players, they're just not there. Maybe they found a way to make it work. There is going to be a substitution, I think, soon enough in the roster, as of course the wonderful Kips has explained to me. So yeah, what's that substitution again?
Yeah, so right now they're playing with Duster, who is their stand-in. Originally, this roster was conceived together with Yadomi, and there has been, like, I haven't witnessed this firsthand because, of course, I don't speak Portuguese, right? But I have been told that Yadomi and HFN had a falling out, with Yadomi saying that HFN is unmotivated, on the arrogant side, and does not want to really take things seriously. And Yadomi's like, well, that's unacceptable to me. And so he had a confrontation with the rest of the team, and the rest of the team actually more or less took HFN's side.
Well,
and I am also not connecting, it seems.
oh my lord, not again. All the issues seem to continue.
I'll restart to make sure right now, so that I'm not the one holding things up here, just making sure.
I have no idea what necessarily are the issues. Maybe we have to remake the entire lobby or something. I mean, this is like taking a lot longer than I thought. that it would. But yeah, I mean, it seems there must be some issues in the team. Actually, speaking of which, there is already Duster in the roster instead of
Yeah.
Yudomi. So
They still need to play one more match with Yodomi to not get disqualified on using too many stand-ins. Because the confrontation happened after Our Way lost 2 games, and you need to play 3 games with your main player before you can bring a stand-in in to avoid people just, roster shuffling nilly-willy whenever they feel like it. So the one game with Yodomi still needs to happen. I have been told that Yodomi does want to do it because he doesn't want to just straight up disqualify Our Way. That would be a bit of a douche move. But then again, they kicked him, so it's it's a rough situation.
so it is going to be another, now a full Portuguese team, well, a full Brazilian team, if that would be the case, which, I mean, would probably benefit them in that regard, but is it going to be enough? It's never great to see a team like they just qualified for the DPC and start to crumble that quickly. It's, of course, still a lifeline to try and stay in the DPC, but I mean, if you start off 0-3, you're not going to advance on towards the next stage. And it seems this is just not an issue that's going to get resolved anytime soon here. I don't know. Yeah.
The lobby. I keep getting kicked. Do you keep getting kicked?
I just keep getting the stuff has not been, it doesn't connect, and then everyone is disconnected, and then I go back to the lobby.
All right. It might be me, or I might be one of the people with troubles because I don't actually load into the game.
Oh. Well, right now we are going to remake the lobby completely. So hopefully, Gaben, please, we will be able to at least have a game to witness, because this is one of the, unconventional, weird issues that you can sometimes encounter when trying to pass the game. And no one knows what happens or how it happens because someone accidentally deleted a file of potato somewhere, and then the entire thing crashes.
It's entirely possible. Wasn't there? What's the joke again? Like, was it a load-bearing potato? It was something like in a game, or a tomato, like something. If you delete this from the files, the entire thing doesn't work.
Yeah, I think it's from Team Fortress 2 that has something along those lines. Where there's like this.
It is a load-bearing tomato. Yes.
Yeah, there's some weird shenanigans.
Lobby back up. All right. I restarted Dota again just to make sure.
I did not. Probably should have.
You can still go. There's a bunch of players still missing.
Okay. I'll go. Do make sure that they don't start without me. That would be fairly annoying. Then I just have to do some radio commentation on whatever you're commentating on and see how that goes.
I hope not.
Oh my god. All these issues, all these problems constantly coming through. Well, while we're waiting, I can change one very small thing. There we go. I forgot to update something. Now it's updated, and now I can hopefully join the lobby again and be on time, and we can get into the game because, well, this is definitely. I mean, personally, I am a person. I used to play a lot of football because, well, I'm Dutch, so everyone did. And when I ever had to play a game or do anything pretty much competitive, I got so just massive nerves in my stomach, like the jitters.
Mm-hmm.
And it never stopped until I started playing the game. And I've played a couple of tournaments here and there, nothing ever serious. And I still have that feeling every single time because I just get so nervous. That lasts for a very long time. It would crush me. I don't hope that these players have the same problem.
most of them are like joining lobbies is such a natural thing to them, especially if you're doing it from a safe known location. It's fine. Sometimes I've noticed that they do get it whenever they're in a team house, or when you go up on stage, then suddenly everything is different. And I've had one player even get sick to the point of throwing up at some point. So
That sounds
it
like
happens.
me. Nerves not my forte, but ladies and
But
gentlemen, we're finally here. The game is starting in the drafting phase. The first couple of bans have already been made, so we'll be heading into the draft. Of course, we'll go over what has been picked and chosen, but I am very happy that we can finally at least see something happening on our screen.
yes.
That already saves us a lot of trouble. These first couple of bans are pretty much just as straightforward as can be.
Yep. We're taking out the Weaver, the pest of the offlane, and the impossible late gamer to fight against, because all these cores are getting glimpsed back, or I should say time-lapsed back to their previous state. Mars out as well versus Tavo. I think it's personally one of his best right now. And actually, our way bans the Beastmaster. That was the other hero that I really favor for him. An unknown immediately in with the IO. This is a pick that they've played before. They had two decent games with this, an IO Luna and an IO Gyro. But neither of them were particularly impressive. And one of the things that stood out to me especially was that it didn't feel very natural for them to play the IO offensively as well. It looked like this IO was mostly attached to their carry player for the farming and didn't show up as much on the actual brawling section, which is an IO needs to be able to do both.
Yeah, it's actually interesting to see, because Astini every single time kept saying that the team was going to pick an IO. Every single time. He was dead set on the fact that everyone was going to pick IO. I didn't actually get that many South American IO games to witness, but I do see another one that is a big fan favorite of the region. That's the Invoker chosen. And with the Grimstroke, two very good heroes against an IO.
Yep, and one of the things that I've been looking at for our way is the games that they have won so far have all been basically on the back of a big individual player performance. There was the previous series that they played versus Gorilla's Pride that I casted. They had a Tavo Timbersaw that had a completely free game. Another series previously versus Omega was the 40R Invoker getting absolutely out of control. And versus IO Gyrocopter, yeah, all of your AoE control is going to do a lot of work. And of course the Spirit Vessel, great versus the IO as well, and that's part of your core build-up.
Yeah, of course it means that you have to go Quas, Wax, and personally more of an Exort fan, but they never go for Exort anymore. There are only a very specific amount of players that still run the Exort. So that's going to be out of the question. But, against the Evoker, it is a hero that you can take down in the mid lane if you pick a nice mid laner.
Very true. Unknown immediately banning out the Phantom Assassin. This is one of our things that I still wanna I guess flame our way for this, but they picked Gyrocopter into PA in that matchup that got won off the back of the Tavo Timbersaw. And that's one of the reasons why they need these individual player picks to come through, because I think their drafts are a bit wonky sometimes. So I'm hoping that we see them come through big time this time around. Get those picks in. Ember out. And this is interesting, by the way. Like, this is an Invoker banning out the Ember. Like, you can take off the Flame Guard, dude. But as it turns out, right now, Ember is just so strong that even if you skip the Flame Guard build, if you just go the Slight build, you still get enough done that afterwards your mobility and the fact that you can dodge most of Invoker spells are still such a huge problem for him.
5 seconds remain.
Yeah, most Embers these days tend to dodge the Flame Shield general for just being a bit more active, because especially we saw in the first couple of matches, South America tends to be a little bit more active on some of the teams. And that's what I do love to see, though. I mean, the first game was actually nuts with how much fighting there was in all three lanes. And kill potential needs to be there. Of course, the IO Gyro lane is, you know, it's tough to kill off an IO Gyro. You need some absolutely heavy damage dealing off laner in position 4 if you want to take them out in the laning stage. So that should be the safest lane, probably, for unknown team.
10 were called to battle. Not all remain.
Ooh. Announcer just told me that there's a player that has disconnected. I'm hoping our lobby is stable. Mentor. Well, you can get a lot of damage out of this guy, and he sustains decently, but I gotta say, with all of the other options that are available right now, you could also be running a Razor into this lane. You could be running... Man, I guess if you pick it up right now, you can't go Timbersaw just yet. But there's several more options, including Doom, that wouldn't be half bad. And I haven't seen Centaur Warrunner win a single match yet in the DPC.
But look at that beefy boy, though. I mean, just look at...
Be beefy.
He's a god. And always just... terribly annoying to lane against if he gets the quick Vanguard, though... I think the biggest problem for him is that the armlet heroes right now are just superior. The armlet offlaners.
Yep. Especially the Helm of Iron Will just immediately switches up the laning dynamics so much. All of that armor takes away so much of the carry's harass usually. That the lane becomes instantly sustainable. Much like a Ring of Health used to. And right now, Centaur, yeah, you'd have to build a Vanguard. That's what I've seen. But then your blink is so delayed and you don't really deal as much damage as an armlet carrier anyway.
You're pretty much at one point a glorified escape mechanic. But with the puck, that's already like moot because you get Dream Coiled and then your entire ulti does nothing. You can run circles around the puck at that point. But that's about it. Skywrath Mage. Okay. Wolf team going for an interesting choice. They do have a bit of control. Skywrath is like nice-ish. I mean, it's great against the puck, don't get me wrong, but it's just... You don't have like the biggest setups. Centaur Stomp into Mystic Flare, that's about it.
I imagine that eventually the Centaur gets a blink. You also get the Inkswell stun most likely. And it's a fairly good hero to help take down Io. Gotta say though, with how far behind Io usually stays, this Skywrath Mage feels like he's going to be in the firing line. You only have one silence and you have 3 heroes that you'd like to use it on. It's a risky game, but I have seen Skywrath Mage do pretty well in the SA DPC so far. Double nulls, Atos, into a Shadow Blade actually once. That was pretty sick. So who knows?
Does force the puck to really get a Yules. That is one big plus because, well, if the puck doesn't get a Yules, he is very easy to kill.
10 seconds.
Absolutely, and right now as a mid laner, ideally you never want to have to build any utility items. You want to build an SNK.
Nah, Dagon. Like a real man. They need Sanj and Yasha is pretty much Sanj Kaya, sorry, is pretty much the standard, especially on like Void Spirits and stuff. So the mid-match Invoker Puck should normally win that because just like with the Ember, as you mentioned, you can dodge like half the spells if you play it correctly.
5 seconds remain.
So you have enough damage to push the wave into the Invoker's face as well, which is one of the things that, as much sustain as Invoker has, he'd like to use that while trading with you and while the creeps are just hitting each other in the middle. He does not like it when he has to last hit under tower with his measly damage, and then gets harassed at the same time by you as well. Or, of course, you're taking your side camp, which a puck is definitely going to do. Wonder if we're going to see a smoke to block that camp as well.
Okay, last pick, Sand King. A lot of magic damage on unknown team. Line Sand King, very tough lane to beat. Grimstroke plus is Ursa. No, Ursa's banned. Juggernaut's banned. What hero do you think they'll pick up to try and survive that lane? Not the hero I would 1, 2, 3 call.
Make the ultimate choice.
No, that wouldn't have been my guess either, but Monkey King is mobile. You can definitely get on top of the gyrocopter. as well as the IO. You have good AoE to control just both of them. And with all the armor of your Wukong's command, you're actually quite durable even in the face of a gyrocopter flacking away. So I don't mind it too much. It's also going to do well versus the Sand King. Monkey King loves himself a melee lane. And you can punish him pretty hard on the first couple of levels, which is what you really need to do versus an SK.
I mean, yeah, I do agree with that. Especially the armor. I mean, Monkey King is amazing when it comes to the armor game. I'm just a little bit worried about the fact that Unknown Team have 3 absolutely ridiculous... I mean, even the gyrocopter does ridiculous amounts of magic damage. Mm-hmm. That is pretty much Monkey King's worst nightmare, because he's got a terrible health pool.
He does, and this man is so reliant on surviving the first couple of spells and clicks of the fight in order to get his own stacks up and then lifesteal back again. This is a reason why this hero is so snowbally, right? If you don't get the HP pool in time to survive and heal back up, he's garbage. It's a bit like Bloodseeker, where, you know, you gotta survive until everybody else is low and then you can really get to work. It's a bit of the same story here, so feast or famine hero.
Well, it's gonna be an interesting showing. Can they, of course, get it done? Finally, Wolf Team their first game, or will it be Unknown Team to secure their first victory? One of these two teams will be ending this day with a 1-3 scoreline, which is still very terrible, but slightly less so than it previously was. And of course the pause. I did get told that the reason why we couldn't pause in our game, or that I played yesterday, I think, is because in pubs you can't pause anymore before first blood, which I guess there was a way that they could pause for a very long time and then like abandon or some weird stuff. I didn't know about that factor, but you could also just fix that, because just thinking about the fact that someone like quickly has to get something done, comes back, and already 2 minutes of the game has expended, that's not great.
Yeah, man, like, when the pizza's at the door, you gotta answer the door.
I mean, you see it here. Kips.
Yeah.
Somebody
they got their pizza.
Yeah, exactly. They have their entire draft. First thing you do, you pause the game. Get your pizza, get your cola, whatever you need, whatever you want, and get ready. Quick bio break, because of course the drafting was so nerve-wracking. You did not know exactly how to handle it. Look at that courier go. Back forth, back
he wants
forth.
to know.
So, one mistake could cost you your life. Luckily enough, Unknown Team do have a decent amount of mobility. IO, Puck, Sand King, definitely dodge and weave out of fights. And on the side of Wolf Team, it's pretty much Centaur Stampede, and that's like their... I mean, you do have Tree Dance, but mainly their mobility is going to come down to the Centaur Stampede.
Yep, once they're in a fight, they are pretty committed. I mean, the Invoker can always try for a sneaky runaway, but that's very reliant on the enemies not carrying dust.
Who will emerge victorious?
Oh, healing, getting caught out, a lot of damage, does stay alive, but... Oh, that was very close to being ticked out of existence. And he's just going to go for the walk back towards base, and then TP towards the bottom lane to help out Arceus. Not to be confused with Arceus, which is the god of all Pokemon.
Who knows, maybe this guy is the god of all Pokemon.
Then get me a Pikachu. Actually, no, I want to get me a Ditto. Yep, Ditto, 100%.
Let's see about this bot lane. Yeah, the IOTPs in this is a little bit of a risk, because if you get killed now, the entire lane is over, so the IO should take a chill pill, but so far, between the rocket and the gyrocopter's willingness to take a couple of hits, he shouldn't beat the front line too much.
Ooh, King RD too slow to deny the small camp from spawning. Mistakes have been made. And the Skywrath has 0 regen on him right now, so everything in that bottom lane is on the Centaur.
Flying in a salve, it's getting more and more usual for players to bring as many stats to the lane as possible, to the detriment of everything else, and then fly the regen out later. And it's going to be just a single salve on the courier for this Skywrath mage right now.
I mean, they do have a lot of damage though with the Skywrath and the Centaur, which is kind of the only way you can kill off an IO gyro, but just pure burst. Oh, Moonlight Lion, that should be first blood. And HFN, of course, the Monkey King, the hero with a ridiculously long attack range, does get first blood secured.
And he's getting that pressure done right now, although it really does have quite a few last hits. Didn't take a second level yet, but I guess that he doesn't want to take the Sandstorm into a possible sentry that's already standing. They need to push the lane back first so they can dayward safely.
Okay, Arceus gets taken down bottom lane. In the meantime, top boundless strike missing from HFN. Oh, the Moonlight sidestep, and that puts Duster in an awkward position. He's going to get taken down by Greedy. That looked like it was honestly easy pickings for the monkey. But a little bit of a whiff from HFN cost them.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Very unfortunate. Yeah, a bit of a miscommunication. They just went on different targets and split up.
Well, as you mentioned, they kind of do need to get rid of that sentry if he's going to go for the Sandstorm levels. Currently, still waiting was a third point. The patience on this man. Never a big fan of the waiting game.
Right now they're doing well enough. This Grimstroke also took the Stroke of Fate first, so they are pushing the lane whenever he's trying to harass with that. That means that the Sand King is usually in fairly safe straits. So not a lot of pressure coming out from his Monkey King lane. That feels great if you're the Sand King.
I mean, he is getting decently zoned if the lane is pushed forward, which is of course understandable. And HFN's lane is going pretty well. I mean, does have a kill, 20 creep kills, 6 denies, A-OK. Currently Greedy is definitely struggling in that scenario towards mid. Yeah, pretty even. Slight advantage for the Puck, but that is to be expected because he can dodge like most of 40R spells. You can't EMP a Puck unless he makes a big whopping mistake.
40R has been trying to keep to his own high ground as much as possible, manipulating the creep wave to make sure they can throw things at Sol while he can't see him. But unfortunately for him, there is still a ward up on his high ground, so that hasn't actually done anything.
Oh, Arceus dropping low, but low is not dead and gonna stay alive. Just barely. Oof. Playing with fire right there. That fire is the Skywrath Mage, who is now going to probably walk all the way back to base, TP in, and then spam all of his spells again, while in the meantime I missed the kill onto Greedy top lane. T-Tours for my perfect observation skills.
Unfortunate. But yeah, he tried for the Sandstorm here, and unfortunately Duster has been ready with the sentries all this time.
To, of course, the detriment of his boots. Position 6 is also fun, I guess. Yeah. Davo going for the classic. Oh, actually, looked to go for the Vanguard instead. Decides to go for some magic armor, which is probably the better of the two choices.
Yep. The Vanguard would definitely make you immortal in this lane, but in the rest of the game, it doesn't mean jack. This is all magic all the way. You want the hood. Honestly, if pipe wasn't such a huge investment right now, I'd actually advise him to get a pipe.
You're finished, Demon Witch.
That is definitely fairly unfortunate because pipe is such a good support item, but it is ridiculously costly. And you don't want to be that big of a support. Really, HFN? Really? Missing his entire creep wave underneath the tower.
Yeah.
Oh, Greedy walking back. What is this? Greedy! Burrow and HFN just... I mean, okay. Sure, waste more waves.
Not a second thought.
That's some wild decision making there. It's really just up to your support to brawl on that camp, and you see Duster throwing out his spells like, alright, I guess we're going then, but they're... He doesn't understand what's happening either, that's very clear.
To be fair, HFN 201 right now, top net worth by 500 gold, so it's not the end in the world. On the other side though, Argius already died twice in that lane with a nice rotation coming out from the 40R Voker. Who of course is, well, he's going for the Hand of Midas, not finishing up the Spirit Vessel immediately, which is kind of surprising. I would have expected him to rush it so that IO can never heal the Gyro.
Yep, same. And we see that build fairly often. It's whenever the team needs damage, and I guess he is content right now that there's enough damage coming from the supporting cast here. Bit of pressure onto this Skywrath mage, honestly. As top.
Yeah, they did use the Dream Coil from the puck. Slowly, very, very slowly took him down. Like, Dream Coil into right click, right click, right click, right click, right click, and then the spells.
I mean, why use more mana than you really need to? Soul
Honestly,
is back in time for this wave.
I think they actually did that to drain his infused raindrops. Like, the Dream Coil, the magic damage, then waits a little bit, hit him with another spell, and then he loses more of those infused. If that is actually the case, that is 5 head plays right there.
That would be... Yeah, I'd be really impressed. That's 7 seconds. That's a long time to wait.
That was a very long fight. I mean, how long does Dream Coil last? 6 seconds. They didn't use a spell until Dream Coil was over. So they definitely waited to waste another one of them.
You might be right here. That's probably the first time I've ever seen that. That's kind of like playing with your food, huh?
Yeah, that is... At that point, you probably should have just snapped the coil and tried to kill yourself as soon as possible.
But who thinks that I should gotta kill myself or to take my range up charges?
I mean, that's why they get paid the big bucks. Because you gotta make those big brain plays. Argius bottom lane in trouble. There's gonna be the TP from the IO trying to heal up Argius. Can they keep him alive? It seems unlikely. Healing won't be able to keep him going, and they lose a big death. However, rotations from the rest of the Radiant side coming in. Dream Coil comes out, catch on to King RD and to 40R. Voker's in a bit of a pickle. He's going for the right click fight to get rid of Moonlight. In comes the Centaur, gets him stopped, but misses it in the end. Well, not misses it, but it gets dodged. In the meantime, Sand King dies top lane, but yeah, that was a pretty lengthy fight so early in the game.
Very nice. 40R deciding that since he's dead anyway, might as well punish this lion for his insolence. And it also means that he gets to leave the fight with one more Urn of Shadow charge left, which is, as an invoker, yeah, you died, but you got your charges, so it could have been.
Duster gets taken down. Argius, however, needs to be careful. HFN is actually in the Sandstorm, taking a heap of damage. And King RD as well. I mean, level 3 Sandstorm, yes, it hurts. It's 70 damage per second. Not a place you can fight anytime soon, especially not on a squishy hero like a Monkey King, who is going for the Battle Fury first.
That's... I mean, I was thinking Echo Saber you farm pretty fast, especially if you keep on fighting and snowballing, but this is HFN. HFN likes being the be-all to end-all in his team, and with the Battle Fury, you can keep up with his Gyrocopter even if your game isn't going perfectly. But Battle Fury, of course, doesn't actually give you any stats. Yep, you can't fight with just that, and you can fight with just Echo Saber.
You're gonna stay that squishy little monkey for quite a little bit longer. Even with the BKB, you still kind of die quickly at that point. Especially because the Gyrocopter... He's gonna build up that axe. Oh. This burrow popped an infused raindrop. Haha, never mind. I forgot there's a line in the game. Easy pickings. Yes, Stampede once, you know, the monkey's dead, so that you can get the position 5 Grimstroke out of the fight. That's perfect.
I think Tavo thought he was gonna live.
I mean, to be
Probably
fair, I
also
didn't.
forgot there was a line.
Yeah, I didn't expect the line to do that much damage, but then again, Monkey King doesn't have that much HP.
I'm feeling like a broken record already. I hope we won't remain a broken record, but that's the scary thing. We might. Tavo got the bot tower though, so at the very least, this is a proper tower trade. I've seen Wolf's team in much more dire straits where they didn't actually take down the bottom tower in trade. And they'll have some space for Tavo to farm up here. This also very much secures the triangle, where HFN can now retreat to. It's not all bad.
No, one of my favorite plays I've seen in late dispatches is with that pig pull that the center has. I've seen a couple of times a Tide Hunter just like pig pull, walk into the fight, and then boom, Ravage all of a sudden. It is a very surprising little sneaky item.
It is. It's kind of wild to see that walk in. I really like that. The Invoker adjusted his build, by the way. We were both saying it's strange to not see the full finished vessel. 40R thought about it. Agreed.
We gotta keep that IO gyro low currently. The gyro, who's died 3 times so far, is catching up nicely once that axe is done. Of course, adds in a lot of tankiness plus damage constantly. That's gonna be a nice little addition, though.
Yeah, and I kind of see what's been happening, because Argius hasn't actually taken stats. He's got Rocket Barrage. He's been actually looking to use that mana to hopefully win the lane, but has not done so. And now he's also not building in through the Dragonlance, so he doesn't feel like he has the money to invest in the two Balance of Elven Skin. Straight for the Aghanim Scepter is a slow build-up, and he's missing those stats while he's farming as well. Really reliant on the out to keep his mana up so he can compensate with the Rocket Barrage. It does not feel great to be Argius right now.
And HFN does have his full Battle Fury done, farming some ancient stacks at the moment. So if he does not get completely disturbed in farming, should be able to accelerate his farm. Which is of course the plus side of the Battle Fury. Of course, in China you had the Battle Fury Ags build. Don't really think he's going to go for that one because that is super greedy.
This is HFN we're talking about here. But no, I don't think so either.
Yeah, he's just, well, he's making very good use of the cleave mechanic. So, Duster and Tavo. Smoke coming in, Tavo walking in, Centaur Stampede. Gets the stun going, but there's the relocate play. Sunstrike though, Argius gets bursted down. In comes HFN, Wukong's gets dropped, Greedy on the run, Meatball on top of his face, and that's going to be a big 3-for-1 trade. They only lost Tavo. And they might even get themselves a 4th here with Moonlight on the run. Does he get away? No, he does not. But he will find Duster from beyond the grave. A 4-for-2 trade. They'll definitely take that on the side of Wolf Team.
And 40R with a lot of Exort levels immediately after the laning stage really is scaling into a major damage dealer here. This is actually, I think that caught Unknown kind of by surprise as well. Sure, there was a Sunstrike coming in, which sometimes happens this early, but I don't think they expected the Gyrocopter to just disappear.
The Gyro, not the greatest against pure damage. Does have, of course, a bit more HP.
Puny HP pool, but...
I mean, the Ags helps a little bit. At least more than a Battle Fury does. But then, on the other hand, he's 1,500 gold ahead, and he's got a Blade of Alacrity. I'm getting a little bit spooked. Don't you dare go Ags.
No, that's...
Has to be a Yasha.
Gotta be a Yasha, right? Listen, why even I'd have peace with a Diffu. Diffu's nice this game. Oh, nice jump from Tavo. Got him.
Quick, neat little catch. I mean, Sunstrikes do work wonders with the Centaur's very lengthy stun duration.
Great demonstration of the Inkswell on the jump in there as well.
They're gonna go in for the Sand King bottom lane, burrow to the side, dust it up. Sunstrike not gonna connect, but should still easily die to HFN, who's 4-1 and 4 right now. And yes, indeed, it is the Yasha finished up. He's not gonna go for the ultra Chinese greed, though. To be fair, I haven't seen the Chinese teams do that build in forever either, because it didn't really work.
It did not. Fun to see while it lasted, though. And this is where I've seen Wolf Team be best, when they can put Tavo all the way up against the enemy's mid tier 2. Look at him go!
Quick catch, another one added into the bank, and they're 6k ahead in a 16-minute game. This is more looking, yeah, this looks more like what we kind of expect from Wolf Team, which has been missing for quite some time.
It has been, hasn't it? But this kind of pressure style of play, where once Tavo is big enough, he does have the Vanguard on top of the hood as well. Very hard to bring down right now. It is very hard to have the discipline to not react to him, to not go for this enemy hero that turns up in the middle of your map and says, hey, your mid wave doesn't come further than here. And a lot of teams lose so much farm trying to deal with him, and give so many kills trying to deal with him as well.
Yep, so he has 2.2k HP. On top of magic resistance, physical damage reduction.
6 armor.
6
and
armor.
he's gonna finish the pipe. Tavo. Mwah. Reading the game like a book right now.
Actually a support player.
Making the team decisions, and they're gonna find themselves a reward right now.
Oh, Argus, Mystic Flare that on my screen randomly vanished. Okay. Invisible Mystic Flare.
You knew the IO had to be nearby.
There, the relocate sends the IO back, but should be able to tether. However, that gives information on where there might be more. The IO still dead. Moonlight won't be jumped just yet. Or will he? HFN? Bond Strike not going to connect. But they're getting aggressive. And HFN's actually going to go for the Manta style to get rid of the silence from the puck this game.
Yeah, pretty understandable decision. Good HP on that build up as well.
Radiant should look to their top tower is no more.
And that is the last tier 1 down. So far, so Wolf Team. Where were these guys the past 3 weeks?
I mean, not that of course that's the point, but there's only one thing that's different right now.
What, their opponent?
That they're playing with Duster.
Yeah, well, they also played with Duster the day before yesterday. And that didn't work out for them either.
Who did they play against?
That was versus Gorilla's Pride.
Radiant should look to their
Okay, then never mind. Then I guess, you know, Davo just wants to win.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing very much like he did in the Timbersaw game. Always in front, absolutely impossible to deal with. Attracting all of the attention and still living. But it looks like Team Unknown is slightly better at dodging him, even though they unfortunately lost that top tower and that fight to a dodge there as well. And this is starting to look much like they're going to want to defend on the high ground, which is a shame because they have so much mid-game teamfight, but just haven't really been able to leverage the Sand King. I think we've seen 2 epicenters this game.
Yeah, they never really found a fight where they could set anything up, because it's been mainly Davo jumping in, and then they have to respond to try and disengage from the fight instead of trying to, you know, catch someone with the Dream Coil puck, and then from the trees you can hit that epi.
And so instead we wait for the Gyrocopter BKB, which is very necessary, but maybe at this point he's going to be lacking some damage. Tavo built a pipe.
They're looking to get aggressive. I mean, HFN is in the trees the entire time looking to jump on someone. But they're not really committing to a push.
And instead on the bot lane.
Arceus, relocate. Actually, Arceus is left alone. Oh! Arceus on the run, trying to get himself back. It's actually fast enough to disengage. So HFN's on the chase. BKB, TP. And Arceus does get the TP to safety, while the IO should be able to escape as well.
Slinks into the trees.
How did that happen? They even got a kill. I'm baffled at that situation.
Yeah, it looks like the IO heard the stampede go off and immediately retreated, and the gyro was still getting a flag shot in, so he turned and promptly lost the connection with the IO as the IO... I think he should have relocated out immediately instead of trying to move back first, but... Altogether... Unfortunate plays at max tether range.
It's the net with advantage at least is now growing. That's 1+. It's staying to a decent steady 6-7k.
Yep. And that's valuable because a lot of the network difference that you're looking at here is caught up in, for example, teamfight items over on Tavo. And as long as he's not leveraging those, you're pretty cool with the situation how it is. But it doesn't look like Wolf Team wants to give that break. They are gonna leverage it.
Oh, that's a great double boundless into an immediate Mystic Flare. Arceus going for the TP out. So the IO will be the one getting caught. A 3-4-0 trade into the Roche pit. They go to secure that nice quick Aegis, unless we get to see the puck trying to go for a steal, but I don't think he's going to attempt it. That should be, well, with that Aegis, you can probably scoot your way towards that Team Unknown high ground.
Yep, that's where you can put that Monkey King on the high ground, even though it's not going to feel that great to put him at that much risk. There's a lot of spam out from Unknown that can hit him. With the Aegis, it's going to be fine, and 40 hour just goes to the bottom lane already. It's like... Whatever, guys. I have a BKB. Didn't need to use it during that previous fight. I can live here if they gank me.
On the run and dodges everything and everyone in the process. Oh, didn't lose anything. Gained a little bit of gold. Pushed the lane out. Forced the rotations from Unknown bottom lane while your team got the rest of Roche. Yep, that's definitely a win.
Very much a win in my book as well. Oh, and his Gyrocopter's item progress has been so slow. The way that Wolf Team has been able to find him time and time again has just been absolutely brutal. 5 deaths over on Arceus.
A single kill yet. He's going for the Silver Edge, which is nice to be a little bit more dodge and weavy. Plus, you got a bit of crit added in. You can break the monkey so he doesn't get the stacks going. Quick finger to get rid of King RD. Greedy on the run right now. Does have a Burrow Strike in a second. Can go back in towards the fight because the BKB from the Invoker has ended. Can they kill him off? Arceus does pump out a lot of damage. They do manage to get the kills. It's looking very bad for the side of Wolf Team. Tavo is in trouble. Arceus on the chase. Tavo just barely staying alive, but no, Arceus gets a nice little crit for that last hit. And HFN, he was nowhere near the fight, and he's the one that's wielding that Aegis.
Wow. Wolf Team taking a very courageous fight into 5 people and getting punished for the trouble.
Gyro, I mean, even though his item progression is not the fastest, he does do still a decent amount of damage, but his entire team is now gone, and Arceus, well, he stayed for a little bit too long, especially considering the IO was gone. Like, it's you kind of just want to always be partnered up with the IO.
Yep, at this point certainly. And now HFN is angry that his team got killed. That
Davo with a little bit of BM towards his own teammate.
I mean, as you should there. If you can't make fun of your carry when he does that, then you might as well disband immediately.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Nope, they still have that Aegis 2.5 minutes. Walk up the high ground. HFN, pretty fat. I mean, 18k, not too bad for Monkey King. And I mean, this is a game where the Battle Fury does not get punished.
It has not been. He has the Scotty now. These HP issues that we were talking about are non-existent at this point. And he's gonna get Alacrity as well. Nice little dodge.
Jump in, Mystic Flare Argus in trouble. Burrow on top of him, but that is just gonna cost Greedy his life as well. 2 quick kills, mid-setter rack secured. They can't get Megas because of the tier 2 bottom, but honestly it wouldn't surprise me if they're just considering going for the finish.
I think part of the attempt from the Sand King there was trying to share the damage of the Sunstrike and the Mystic Flare, but as it turns out, there's a lot of levels onto Wolf Team right now. That's a level 2 Mystic Flare.
Does that work if you use yourself?
It doesn't. Did he do that?
Yeah, he used himself. He burrowed in, used himself immediately.
Bastard.
So, yeah, he's like, you know, I'm going to help you. Wink, wink. Yeah, no, this is...
I was like, okay, at least he's making the correct play. The gyro needs to live here. No.
Nah, he just accidentally burrowed in the middle of the fight. Oops. Quickly, save myself.
Yikes. Well, last possible attempt for Unknown then.
Gank play. To find a good catch. Can they find a good epi? Oh, 2-man catch. King RD. Gonna get Fink. Again, Moonlight really only likes killing off King RD. Davo, though, trying to stay alive. Doesn't have himself to Heaven's Albert, so he is pretty tanky. And on the run, but eventually does get taken down. Big fat meatball comes from behind. King RD. Bought back, TP'd in. Loses his life. Now the catch onto HFN. His Aegis is gonna expire in 20 seconds. But Argus, yeah, he's the one that's actually in trouble. Feeling, trying to relocate him out of there, and he does save his gyrocopter. The rest of the team needs to disengage. Moonlight's got the blink. Okay. Turns around, quick hex, blinks out, stays alive. Feeling not so lucky.
Well, they didn't get the Aegis, but they did manage to wait it out while the Monkey King was not on their high ground yet, and they get a bunch of kills in return as well. This is one of the best possible outcomes for Unknown. Getting away with murder in several directions as both the Lion as well as the Puck get out.
It's been a pretty tough fight, but you know, 2 buybacks forced out, 1 dieback added in. Net worth is dwindled a decent amount, not too bad. Definitely a lot better than I would have expected, mainly because Wolf Team like to stay spread a little bit more. HFN actually bought out a Deso as his 4th item.
He wants to end this game, and his team's once again making it hard for him, especially that TP in from King RD there was pretty courageous.
He just has faith in his team. And they let him down.
How could they?
For shame.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, they're just waiting for anyone to make a mistake and walk out of the base. Of course, with the bottom tier 2 tower gone, they only need 1 set of creeps to walk forward. Argus, he knows that there might be something around the corner. Jump in, missed by Tavo. Nice 3-man Dream Coil coming out. Burrow as well. Epicenter being wrapped up, but the silence from King RD perfectly interrupts that Epi, and the Boundless Strike to finish him off as well. That was beautiful play from King RD. Of course, he's going to be down for the count. But that fight would have been disastrous for Wolf Team if he got that Epi off.
It would have been. They were all so clumped up. Argus didn't have to use his BKB yet. Gets to keep that one now at least.
I do think that he should have probably just, you know, after the 3-man Dream Coil came out, get that epi ready, then stun, instead of jumping on top of them immediately. They weren't going anywhere anyway.
A game of some sort?
And now we are dancing in a triangle. It seems like we're waiting on the Hex here for the Invoker before Wolf Team really want to do anything else.
And the BKB of the monkey. Because he is still, even though it's hard, he is still killable. Well, the Gyrocopter is finishing up his Satanic to get that extra tankiness over on himself. Instead, making sure that, well, is not building up that full silver edge just yet. Even though he has the Blitz Knuckles available.
Switched out of that.
Oh,
He got found.
Relocate. Gets him away. Io will have to pay though.
You will. Nobody's staying near to try and save him this time. This is just too dangerous.
Oh, little ball of light, you shall be missed.
And the Hex is complete. Taro slipping away.
Moonlight, not so lucky. Oh, he does have a buyback available. Oh, that damage.
Oh, really? No.
Blink. As a burrow, Mystic Flare not gonna do anything.
A game of some
But
sort?
Argus BKB'd.
Oh, that's a painful loss of a very crucial item currently. The last set of
Especially now that
racks.
the Hex is up. He is so vulnerable now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Slowly but surely, they're trying to close their way out. Of course, Roshan respawning in 40 seconds. Going to be a big plus for Wolf Team. Get that free shard. Plus the Aegis.
I was about to say, I'd love to see the shard over on Grimstark, but he actually has one already. Too high of a priority here in the man fight. The Hard Dispel, hugely powerful as well. If you can get it on the monkey, he walks out of the coil. And then the Ink Swap pops. Those kinds of tricks are super neat and super useful for this lineup right now.
I mean, you're probably going to give it to the Monkey King because he's a safe laner. But I also love it on the Centaur. At one point, you just see a Centaur running around the team fight with 7k HP. Like it's nothing.
I mean, he's halfway there. He'd love the other half, I'm sure.
Top lane, Argius. Oh, not again.
Again!
Getting caught out. Same position. This time cannot be saved. And with the Gyro dead for 70, that means you can get yourselves a nice free Roche or finish off the racks.
Either or. Tavo is in place. But HFN would like the rush. Man, I'm used to calling this camp over on the Radiant side the Camp of Death because Dire carries go there to die. I haven't seen it that often for Radiant carries on the top lane. But, well, just as dangerous.
Well, especially if your enemy have full map control for pretty much 80% of the game. Okay, who's getting that shard? Oh, the Voker. Okay, triple meatball, I guess. I mean, it's nice. And I actually do really like it.
It's hard to argue with, isn't it?
Yeah. I just want to see it on the Centaur. That's the only problem.
Some sort?
It's always, you know,
That's-
when as a support player, when the free shard comes off of Roshan, it's always sad to see it go to the cores.
Yep. I was like, and especially as a caster, you're totally allowed to wish for the cool stuff. So?
Caster immediately fingered though. Still not dead in the process. Soulbind comes out for big Wukong's command ring. And it's not looking too great with the IO. And Puck dead. Viber comes through. Argius pops his BKB. Has a Satanic. Tries to heal up, but no! Cannot get enough healing done. Greedy gets an epicenter, but what does it matter? 40 hours running around with 2.5k HP and the Aegis. Doesn't matter even if you kill him once. That's going to be greedy, taken down. No buyback available for the offlaner and safe laner. Looking for that piggy IO. But why would you go for the chase on the kills if you just can get megas and finish the game right here?
Yep, this one is over. Well, the Gyrocopter died as he lived. Not of much use to his team, I'm afraid. That was such a sad game for Argius. My god, it feels like every camp that he wanted to farm was immediately scouted out by Wolf Team.
I mean, he did not have a very fun game. Even in the laning stage, died twice. And, well, how many deaths did he have in total? I don't think it's...
9.
9 deaths on a safe laner. Oof, that is definitely not what you want to see happen in your games. But, you know, every downside has an upside, and that's, we finally saw a little bit of Wolf Team being Wolf Team.
Yeah, but also some touches of their old selves, right? That 1x1 TP in on the shrine was a little bit iffy. The fight where Gyrocopter gets to pop his BKB and HFN with the Aegis just doesn't show up. There's definitely still a disconnect going, but this time, especially all of their goes led by Tavo looked very good, very crisp, very dominant. Enjoyed 40 hours played this game as well. And I mean, individually, there's also nothing wrong with how HFN played. It's just that there still seemed to be a bit of a disconnect there. I'm just hoping to see them iron that out in the coming couple of series, and at the very least to keep that down in the next match.
Yeah, I just saw something funny, and that's that the IO has done a total of 1800 damage. That is
Whoops.
very sad. That's like laning stage damage right there.
1800. Yeah, he's just had to hold the Gyrocopter's hand because he's been, and this is what I was talking about, right? If the Gyrocopter doesn't have a good enough lane, then you need to hold hands with your carry the entire time just to give him farming speed, instead of you actually also being together with the Sand King, for example, being a threat on the map, making sure that your SK survives these goes. But instead it was more or less 3 versus 4 for most of this game, and Unknown Team simply could not pull that one off.
Yep, that is of course only the first one in this best of 3. There's still one more, if not 2 more games to be witnessed, so don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back for the second game to be played after a short break. I forgot to unmute myself. Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to, well, right before map 2 starts, game 2. My name is DKTruman, and joining me on the cast is Kips. And well, we've had ourselves a couple of interesting matches, and now going on towards the possibly last one of the day. Do you think this might just be a 3-mapper?
I hope not. In any other universe, our way is up exactly this previous map, and they're gonna steamroll this series. But since we're in this universe, our way can definitely slip up, and that could still cost them a game or maybe even the series. I sure hope not, but we've seen it happen before. At the very least, this is the first time this season that they have actually won the first map instead of the middle map of the series. So, good signs abound.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Of course, draft's going to be a very important factor in that regard, so we'll be heading right into it as well. And we see the IO first pick for unknown team immediately. Okay, so IO Gyro might just be on their horizon again. Did not work out last time. A couple of different bans did come through. A Beastmaster ban is fairly surprising though.
Yeah, they seem to really lean into that, and I feel like they're almost baiting out this IO pick here. Everybody else so far has banned the IO versus unknown. They've picked it first every single time that it's been actually available. Once not. But at any rate, you know that if you leave it open, they're going to pick it, and this is now our way with a... This feels so much this patch, right? Snapfire, Tidehunter. I mean, I bet you could do the spiel about them as well, right?
Yeah, it's the armor reduction especially. It's gonna be so incredibly good, taking down Roshan in no time. Team fight is amazing. The heroes are just in general super tanky. I just add an Adusa to the mix, perfect.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, the only drawback that I've seen with this combination once or twice is that the cooldowns are fairly long, and there is a possibility to play these, well, I guess there's the Dusa you were asking for, maybe on the other side, but there she is. It is possible to play up fast enough and dodge some of these ultimates especially, that you can sort of worm your way to if you play fast enough. But Unknown Team already had their struggles getting fast play off the floor in the last game. Of course, they were very much hindered by the fact that their carry had an abysmal lane.
10 seconds.
And Medusa versus Snaptide, she should be able
5 seconds
to
left.
farm there normally, versus Tide especially is good. But I don't think our way is going to hold anything back, and if you play up into the Medusa and you do it right, you can actually kill her.
Yeah, you get a nice cookie stun
It's Radiant's ban now.
with the Tidehunter armor reduction, and you take him down pretty quickly. I do think that lately Snapfires have been going away more from the little shredder build and gone for the cookie shotgun blast build. I mean, it's nice to see a hero that actually has 2 different builds that are viable.
I know, right?
They're very rare that you see
5
those.
seconds left.
Yep, it's always there's one build and that's what we do. But yeah, I especially like in Pango lanes, when the Pango used to go to Lucky Shot, the Snapfire used to grab the Shredder. But now that the Pangos are mostly Shield Crash, the Snaps have gone into Scatterblast. I wonder with the Tide, I do think that the minus armor angle here is attractive enough, especially versus the IO, for example. If you're trying to kill the IO here, you can go through the
10
HP very
seconds.
fast if you actually get the armor to minus, but maybe it'll be enough
5
with just the
seconds left.
Tidehunter Gush alone. I don't remember IO's damage or that armor value at the moment.
I have no idea. I think it's very, very small. But
It is very low. Gush might just be enough to put you in the
Radiant's
negative, and
turn
then
to
they can
ban.
kill with Scatterblast for sure.
yeah, so I mean, the IO Medusa lane, I guess it's slightly more survivable than the Gyro, but we'll have to wait and see how that is going to unfold. It could also be a Snapfire 5, for all we know, or a Tidehunter 5.
10
Hey,
seconds.
you never know what the Wolf team might be
That's
bringing to the table.
Duster Tide 5, that would be a new page in his chronicles for sure.
You gotta practice those plays somewhere on the screen.
True, very true. Unknown team is taking out all of the big team fight synergies, by the way. So
Dyer's
no
turn to
Invoker, no
Dyer's
Faceless
turn
Void,
to pick.
and no Ursa, just to be sure, because... and I'm happy to see this finally. All of these Medusas have not been banning the Ursa. It was about dang time somebody did.
And especially with the fact that a Snapfire Tidehunter, you take Roche in 3 seconds if you've got that minus armor
10
plus
seconds.
an Ursa on top. So I do expect our way, or
5
Wolf
seconds
Team.
left.
God, it's annoying that it says our way right there, but they're actually Wolf Team. That they might just get a little bit more armor reduction because, well, once you go a little bit, you might as well go all the way. SF safe lane, go.
Don't give HFN any ideas here. He'd very much like to do that. And you can see here that they have banned out a lot of the very low cooldown run at you heroes.
Radiant's
The
turn to
Lesh, the Ember, the Bloodseeker, and now Bane. That's a Duster hero right there. It's such a good setup for all of the spells of his other 2 heroes here as well.
Well, with the Bane, you do have a very good lane, solid support, but the LC is a hard counter for the Bane, of course. It cancels the Fiend's Grip, and the Skywrath Mage now picked up by Unknown Team. Combos impressively well with the LC. They might just need to find a way to save someone against the Skywrath themselves. Think OD possibly, or Shadow Demon, though I don't think that they're going to go for another support on the side of Wolf Team.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, so the OD is an option. Stealing Medusa's mana works out as pretty neat damage against her as well. Although, of course, your mana difference isn't going to be very great, so it's... OD used to be a lot better versus Dusa than it is right now, I think.
Yeah, that is kind of the very big downside. They do have last pick on Wolf Team, so they can choose to go for that one last. But I assume, considering they already know what their opponents, what the safe laners' opponents are going to be, it's definitely going to be the LC Skywrath. So you can always choose a laner that's pretty decent against that. So I would assume they're going to go for mid last picks.
And I'm a little bit sad about Unknown Team here. I thought, well, you can always, as soon as that LC pick came out, I was like, okay, you can run the IO LC together, and then you can run a little bit of a stronger lane together with the Medusa, something that's not just sitting back and sustaining her, but like can actively stun to keep people off of her. But with the Skywrath pick, unfortunately, it looks like the IO Medusa are going to be on the same lane. Very defenseless in that regard. But LC Sky is a strong pressure lane. Our way is going to have to think about how they want to handle
It's
that on the
Radiant's
safe
turn
lane.
now.
Monkey
And
King.
think about that they have.
Oh, back to the Monkey King they go. Okay, it's okay. I mean, the Bane's plus is the fact that you can Nightmare save the Monkey King in dire situations
10
against the
seconds.
Skywrath.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably gonna.
5
Is
seconds
he gonna go Battle Fury again? He's probably gonna go Battle Fury again.
Honestly, if he views the game as the same as before, which is I gotta keep up with the Medusa, again, you don't have to. You can go Echo Saber Diffusal versus a Dusa and play this fast, but I just don't think that that's HFN's style. So we are going to probably see him go Battle Fury, and with a Bane, I think it is very hard for Unknown Team to properly kill him. You can always dodge Skywrath damage, you can always put one of them
10
in their
seconds.
place for a while.
It's Radiant's ban now.
That's... And Bane is just so strong right now as well. Like, he's going to soak up so much of that Skywrath Mage's damage if the Skywrath doesn't fully focus down the Monkey King.
The only big downside for Unknown Team is the fact that their
10
team fight
seconds.
is... I mean, they've got a great pick off with the Legion Commander Skywrath, the relocate TP in to
5
get a quick
seconds
kill.
left.
But their team fight's very lackluster because they got barely any control whatsoever. You
Dyer's
did
turn to
previously
ban.
mention it about the Skywrath Mage not bringing anything like a stunner or a playmaker to the table. And yeah, compared to, for instance, Tidehunter with the Ravage, that's already a team fight ulti that just completely destroys Unknown if they're put in a tough spot.
10 seconds.
And they banned
Radiant
out the
pick.
puck themselves here.
Dyer's
So,
turn
yeah,
to pick.
What?
Breaker. Oh, okay.
That's a hero.
Someone didn't
That is
call
a
the
hero in
biggest
the game of
hopper.
Dota 2, but no matter who goes mid now, that's going to be a melee matchup. You could actually very
10
much
seconds.
pick another melee. You could pick a Razor here, make everybody
5
unknown
seconds left.
really very sad.
100% Skywrath mid. Let's go. I believe.
I'd respect the hell out of that.
Or the surprise IO core.
Ooh.
Spearbreaker 5. IO
That's
mid.
some 5-head stuff. And then there's the Quap. She also makes melees very sad.
Who wins against the Skywrath Quap? Who wins that?
Skyrath Quap? I mean, I think that used to be much more Skyrath favored because it was just spam back and forth, but now that the dagger also gives the Quap regen, she is definitely harder to trade with. And then of course, after the laning stage is over, it really depends on who has division advantage, which is not really up to either of these heroes.
Well, it does look to be the Spearbreaker mid though. So,
Ouch.
I mean, it's still pretty cool. You don't get to see that many Spearbreaker mids anymore. Since Dobson's gone.
Since Zhao 8 has moved back to the coaching role, I think is what you mean.
Yeah, that as well. I mean, there's just some people that bring something extra special to the game. Those specific, because there's always that, you know, big spread in what people are willing to play in certain roles, and they're just those outliers on the side that always, you know, like Iceberg, who brings in the silencer pudge mid. Dendy does the same weird mid picks. You've got some strange offlaners and such. Always fun to see those join in instead of just pure basic default Dota.
Yeah, I really loved working with Undershock because we could actually, we could put him on a Viper side lane, but we could also put him on a Jakiro or even a Shadow Demon mid. It didn't always work out, but it felt very, very good to be able to pull that out as a team. And Sol here, yeah, he's choosing the full Rambo option. I don't think he's going to have a particular good time versus a Quap. I guess the only benefit that he has here is that this Quap most likely isn't going to go full on the offense against him, because in the end you have to max your Scream in order to keep on farming. We don't see dire matching Quaps anymore, ever.
My patience is with
Especially if Spearbreaker gets like a point and bulldoze, you can get rid of most of it with a quick status resistance reduction. But that's only if that is the case. I would assume he's just gonna max level great to bat. I actually don't know. I'm saying I assume, but I have no idea what mid Spearbreaker actually runs.
I've seen in skill builds, it's been basically bash and charge. You want the charge max to start farming with it as fast as possible, and sometimes you rush a Shadow Blade, sometimes people go into the Aghanim Scepter instead, which takes a little bit longer. I've mostly seen that from like carry Spirit Breakers. Incredibly enough.
How many carry Spirit Breakers have you seen?
I think 2, but you know,
Please. Nothing looks guys.
just the fact that it happens twice is pretty weird still.
Are you okay?
Yes. I mean, that's the beauty of Dota. I talked about it with Wingblade recently, about the fact that this game is so incredibly old. And who would have thought that a Shadow Fiend that doesn't level raise until level 19 actually does something?
When the horn blows, the blood flows.
That's the beauty of the game. Everything is possible. You just believe hard enough. And also do a lot of, like, simulation craft.
True. Well, I'm going to learn something here about the Spirit Breaker versus Squad matchup, and he's already got the bash ready to slap her around.
Who's gonna do the slapping? Actually, Quap went for the Scream of Pain, so she doesn't really do necessarily that much against Spirit Breaker, who is a beefy boy, 5 armor, decent amount of HP as well.
And this is really, the stream is just to secure the last hits with here, because of course the Spirit Breaker, nearly 10 damage up over her.
And the danger is actually Quap can't like blink to the side to get a water rune. Because if he blinks, he gets charged and then you just die.
True, she needs to be very aware of where the Spirit Breaker's vision is at the very least.
Dyer's middle tower is in
Just a
trouble.
wonderful hero.
Which one's Dyer again?
That stupid sound the entire time. Every time he charges. Moo. Yeah, the old moo.
Courier is dead. I wonder
Nice
what
King
idiot
RD
got
snipe. Went for the little shredder build. Okay. Minus armor as well
Nice.
with the Blightstone. So trying to at least do a lot of damage. Dusted top, dropping low. Moonlight not going to go further on the aggression because HVent is zoning him out.
Press your buttons, please. Nothing will explode.
Moonlight 2 with only the single salve that he brought in, presumably after the landing stage has already started. It's maxing out the damage on that Arcane Bolt.
Lose together, win together,
Slay together, slay together, slay together.
Guys, just press your buttons, please. Nothing will explode.
That one is weird.
I bet it's a translation of something a player said in a pub once. Like, but in a cutesy voice. Just very much has that just press buttons, guys kind of energy.
I mean, the one from, I think, last season, I don't know if it's, I didn't check all the voice lines this season, but the one from Arkosh with Omewa Shinderu, only then the very cute female voice, that one was great.
That's pretty great. I actually love one of the lines out of the Battle Pass right now. Isn't it magical, Papa? That one, I wasn't planning on buying a Battle Pass, but ooh, man.
Yeah, I bought the Battle Pass, as always, you know, just the default. I'm gonna walk through it at the last day. Maybe if I'm like a couple of levels away, I might consider buying some levels. But I just want to see how far I can get. And my friends are all like, why didn't you just buy 350 levels immediately? Dude, that's like $100. It's a free game.
Yeah.
Come on.
Just contribute what you can to Gaben's New Zealand mansion fund.
Well, if TI is there, sure. So I do like the fact that they at least add some content midway through. I'm still waiting for the... There still has to be a big patch somewhere along the lines, right? Maybe between... after the first major, I guess?
Guys, just press your buttons.
Yeah, I guess so.
Nothing will explode.
Because I'm waiting for, like, the outposts to vanish again and some random new stuff gets added in.
We're definitely overdue on some map changes.
Oh, Moonlight gets Nightmare bound the strike, and that is going to be First Blood for HFN.
You've just achieved first blood.
Oh, I also
Have
am
fun.
using the Gabe Newell announcer, so yeah. You always hear his beautiful, deep voice.
He does have a pretty nice voice.
He is our Lord and Savior.
Just keeping an eye on this poor Tidehunter here.
Courier has been killed.
Really struggling versus Deuce, and it's
Put on
not going to get any better either as soon as she hits level 3.
So turn around, King RD going for the IO. Trying to get the kill. Tava walking back in. Doesn't actually have a point in Gush. Instead, wants to get himself some Kraken Shell charges, which does make you a decent amount more tanky. Let's get rid of a lot of the kill potential, though.
Yep. The only thing that doesn't help you with is
Nice,
the
put up a
dang
barricade.
snake. That one's gonna continue to hurt. He's got King RD's salve on it, but he can't actually use it. He needs King RD to pop it on him.
Oof. That is, this Davos, I mean, he's actually having a pretty decent amount of farm. It's just still a scary lane to play.
He's going to have his Ring of Health pretty much right now. And that's going to ease things up a lot for him. I'm wondering if he wants to go a Hood this game again, play that big frontliner, or if he's gonna do Meteor Hammer Tide.
Okay, that Medusa taunt is weird. I just saw it for the first time, and it's just straight up weird.
All of the statues.
Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, there's some that are amazing. For instance, the Spirit Breakers one is amazing. Speaking of which, 4DR did the exact same thing that he probably should not have done.
Yeah.
And that is blink on top of the rune to pick it up. That is a death sentence against the Spirit Breaker.
Nothing looks close.
Maybe it's survivable if both of the supports are off in the side lanes, but this Skywrath mage, he's just stacking here, man.
Just waiting in the side, trying to get those stacks going for the Medusa, who is of course a very big stack farmer. On the other side, it depends on if it's going to be a Battle Fury Monkey King, so it takes quite a decent amount of time before he can actually take stacks onto HFN.
Very much depending on what he goes as well. I'm watching him for that Battle Fury. Pretty sure he's gonna do it.
I mean, do you want to take this game late? No, I don't think you do.
No, but he didn't need to do so last time either.
True, but I think I'm a lot more scared for Medusa
Setup?
late game. Really caught out again. HFN's actually having a pretty good lane, but yeah, I think Medusa is a lot scarier late game than a Gyrocopter. And 4DR has to be very careful in that mid lane. Because the Spirit Breaker is pretty scary, even though 4DR does have more farm even with that death.
Yeah, only just about. It's mostly been side camp creeps, I think. Which the Spirit Breaker can't farm as easily. Yeah, 4DR learned his lesson, but he's still getting caught.
Oh, the Nether strike up the high ground. That is unfortunate. 4DR dropping low, taken down. Kill secured, but Duster and King RD coming in for the kill onto the IO. Does have a tether. Can he get the tether going? Oh, gets himself taken down in the end.
Minus armor, man.
It is pretty nasty. So is HFN on his domination in that top lane.
But he does not have a comfortable mid laner to lean back on this time. 4DR, you want to snowball on Quap. Previously when she wasn't as good of a farmer as she is now, your game used to already be over when you had 2 deaths on Quap. She got her 2 deaths in the laning stage before minute 7.
HFN top lane though, a 4-man rotation to kill him. He almost takes down Moonlight before he drops. No TPs from, which is very surprising that no TPs came in from the side of Wolf team. They tried to rotate to help out, but yeah, the Quap didn't have a TP. Ty did, but he just got himself the Soul Ring because it was still in flight, so that's the reason he didn't TP yet. Otherwise, he could have blown a Ravage, and I think they would have won that team fight big time.
Well, they might still. They're going again.
Really, he's a fast boy, but the Boundless Strike will hold him in place. And HFN, let's get, of course, that kill on top. Gonna try and recuperate slightly. Look at these nice creep camp stacks, though. For the Radiant side, it is gonna get spotted out, I think. Oh, they're in trouble. Big mad cow coming in. King RD, no way to escape.
Guys, push your buttons, please.
HFN really wants those stacks though. It might actually be too big for him to take right now, but he is level 7.
He doesn't have max level 3 dance, so taking stacks is very slow for the Monkey King.
Yep. Unfortunately, they might have to bring Tavo, who's getting a free tower here on bot right now, by the way. He's having a grand old time, the Medusa. He decided to leave you to his devices.
Definitely nicely recuperated. I mean, he is ahead of the Medusa in farm right now, even though it looked disastrous previously. And he got himself a free tower. This is not the greatest showing for Team Unknown, but the Deuce is going to go for the stacks. Try and get those farmed with the IO's help. However, smoked up is Wolf Team coming in right from behind. Arceus getting quickly stunned up. Sonic Wave only hits the one though, but the Medusa trying to run away. Wukong's command is down. I can't see the outside of the ring. It's still up, but I can't see it.
That's weird.
Yeah, this is another one of those moments where I just have no idea what... Okay, so that's where the circle was. It just turned invisible for me.
Oh, Tavo's here.
Hello, Ravage. Go. No.
He doesn't have to. He's too scary.
Finally, there we get the Ravage. Get the big smackdown. Io's gonna die back. Soul wants to charge up. Nice. Get rid of the Nightmare charging into Dust Age. But gets stunned on the side, pushed back. Soul still trying to get himself a kill secured, but the rest of his team is gone. And HFN healing salved up, chasing for the Spirit Breaker. They actually win this fight pretty heavily on the side of Wolf Team.
And now trying again. The stacks are still not gone, and Medusa went back in.
That's a big ouch, because that's all the stacks to be continued to farm. I mean, if the Monkey King isn't great at farming them, the Tide Hunter is.
Yep, and that's exactly what I thought when I saw him hold the Ravage. Like, alright, as long as he holds the Ravage, he can actually take this triangle and take all of the creeps that he wants. But you know what? If you kill the Medusa, then you can still do so. Level 6 on the Skyrise. Tavo.
No
this
fear.
is dangerous.
3 levels in Kraken Shell is just not taking damage. Even as 16 magic wand charge. Arceus Sonic Wave dropping low, but they managed to get the kill. Chasing from 40R, looking for more. Big charge from Soul. 40R Nether Strike sends him back. The duel comes out. Might be the first duel victory. And yes, indeed, King RD does not have anything except for the little shot. Tavo is still not taking any damage.
No. But he's also not really dealing all that much.
And
What a scramble.
yeah, he just walks away. He just soaked like a solid 4k of damage there.
Easily.
He did a fight recap. 1 death, and Tide did 3.3k damage.
But they couldn't really focus anyone down after the burst from the Quap was gone. And HFN had already retreated to top. It's like, guys, I have creeps to farm. Whatever. You can go do whatever you want in mid, but I'm gone.
Hey, you went for that Maelstrom. So, still a little bit more farmy, but not as farmy as Battle Fury. Which is probably for the better.
Yep. Now looking to use the first Fiend's Grip here.
And the only one that can save you from that scenario is miles away. Kill picked up. HFN, his 4th kill of the game. That's a Maelstrom finish, which is a pretty decent timing. Tavo is going to go for the immediate Heaven's Halberd. Not a blink or any of those shenanigans. Just walk in the fight. Add evasion to yourself. Extra regen. Plus disarm the Medusa. No way they're going to kill this Tide.
Absolutely. Once again, aiming to just be the giant walking frontline monster. 40R Bills again.
A Duster, of course. Sad little Bane. Tries to get some warding going. Caught off guard. And an easy pick with a Mystic Flare. Not much you can do there. Tavo, in the meantime, he's got full reign of the unknown team's jungle. Like, it's all his domain.
Absolutely incredible. Nobody has any vision here either. He's just sitting in the dark, knowing that even if they come for him, they can most likely not kill him unless they bring at least 3 heroes. Well, there are 3 heroes coming his way right now. Sorta, maybe? No? Not yet.
I mean, Spirit Break is gonna need that shard for that break later on. That's like such a big plus about the Spirit Breaker. One of the only heroes that still has a break.
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
I miss Nick's assassin having a break.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, it's now basically
Radiant's middle tower has
Spirit Breaker or our good friend Hoodwink or Bust. You gotta buy it.
Doom Ags, I think, also breaks.
Yeah, Doom Axe breaks. There is also Shadow Shaman Talent that gives break on
Really?
your Hex. Yeah.
Oh, that is pretty sick.
Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's
But
top rubble.
not a lot of people playing Shadow Shaman right now.
Yeah, they made the cast range absolutely dreadful on the hero. Attack range is terrible, cast range is terrible. Right now,
Man,
Tavo is absolutely terrible for unknown team.
I was about to say, we're just watching the same game, aren't we? It's the same game as before. Tavo sits on top of their tier 2 mid. It's like, hello, come do something about me.
Now farming top, making sure the tier 1 doesn't drop. And then he can push that all the way forward and then not care about that anymore. While his team is
There's a
being
charge on the
charged
Quap.
though. That's a 3-man stun by the Spirit Breaker. Another strike. In comes the relocate play as well. Oh, the duel onto the Quap. However, the Legion Commander is losing his life. He gets taken down. The Quap gets the kill. Actually, a double. And right now, that is a little bit of a mistaken fight. Because Soli's trying to charge away. Oh, the ball of death coming in. Gets the kill. That's a 4-4-0 trade. And while all of that is going on, Tavo is stealing away the Ancient Stack.
Oh, I love seeing the nightmare during the duel. It's so funny.
It just keeps hopping back and forth and back and forth and back and forth.
Yep. And most of their damage was already expended at that point. From the side of Unknown. This Legion Commander is going for a Blink Dagger as well. I'm not sure if you should at this point. Like, you've been having a good time walking in. You might actually want to think about that armlet still.
It's kind of surprising that he didn't start building it in the laning stage, because it does make you so much more tanky. Though you are laning, you were laning against the Monkey King, which, granted, you know, it doesn't really help you stay alive in that lane.
Nothing does.
It's all coming.
Greedy is very poor right now.
Oh, Roshan, minus armor, there we go.
Full crest on the Snapfire as well. Why not? Look at this poor man.
The only one not there is the one that should actually pick it up.
Does he though? Like, I'm thinking that's gonna go to 40R.
Dire's middle tower
I
looks to be
assume right now,
disintegrating.
yes, Duster. Can't reach it. HFM went a little bit too soon. Before Duster could get the Nightmare and lock him in.
See you soon.
Give Tavo the high five. Come on. Charge forward. Silence onto 40R. Does a lot of right click damage. Do salty. Wasted. There we have HFN. They don't really have much to fear. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Quelling Blade. Argius. Body blocks by 40R. Oh my god. They're bringing out all the book. Playbook plays. Oh, the relocate save coming in. Big
Dire's top tower
move
is
from the IO. That is a lifesaver, and honestly could be otherwise the biggest problem on the side of Unknown team, because the Dusa can't die. They're 10k behind Kips.
I have been trying to not look at that net worth difference, but it's getting unignorable, isn't it? Absolutely brutal.
I mean,
Dire's structures
you wouldn't
are
even realize that
fortified.
this is a mid spear
Dire's
breaker.
bottom tower is under attack.
No, you would not, and especially not one that has won his lane, but he has gotten so few rotations done afterwards that really led to anything. The couple where he actually connected with the charge have gotten punished really hard.
Radiant's middle tower
And
is
40R has
feeling the love.
completely recovered.
He has been part of all 7 kills on their team. That, you know, the downside is that they only have 7 kills on their team.
Yep.
Jump in, and a nice little quick catch onto Moonlight.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
For other teams, that doesn't have to be as big of a problem, but with a Skywrath Mage, Legion Commander, Spirit Breaker,
You expect a bit more in that case. Nightmare! No dual victory damage coming in. They will lose Duster, probably go. Actually, Duster will even die. Soul is on the chase, but Duster's too fast. Soul gets slowed down, charges to the other side. Big Sonic Wave onto 2. Argus out of mana, out of HP, and Greedy is another one that will be left to his own devices because Bada's on the other side of the map with his charge.
Peace. Peace out. Great shot calling there by Wolf Team, realizing that there's absolutely no need for them to put anything more into this Bara than strictly necessary. They can just go after that Medusa, especially after the IO gets wasted like that.
Middle tower's under attack. Highest bottom tower's getting pushed around.
12 Kane with lead in 19 minutes time. That is definitely reaching the insurmountable heights. Quickly gonna see what our Lord and Savior Gaben says. 89%, still giving him 11%. Okay. I mean, it is a Medusa.
Exactly, he really likes the Deuces and Spectres of this world. But yeah, at this point she only has a Manta style. And she's looking to buy a crit on top of that. Trying to get any damage scraped together that she possibly can. I completely agree with his decision. She has to do something. Because the rest of her team... The fights are pretty long, but the rest of her team can't actually seem to finish anybody off. Somebody needs to bring the damage, and I guess it's gonna be her.
LC level 10, Dusa level 12. On the other side though, Gustavo level 15. Gustavo's just a beast, I mean...
He is. 2 games in a row. I think most of their team dynamic right now hinges on Tavo being too big to kill. And I've been playing it out very well.
Ooh, HFN gets a 2-man stun. Argus in trouble. Wukongs goes down. Ravage is blown. Make sure the Deucer dies. Who cares about your Stone Gaze if you die before it goes off? The relocate save to keep at least the LC alive will of course cost the IO his, because there's nothing to tether to in the vicinity.
Unfortunately not. Well, they have bought enough time for this Spirit Breaker to get his Black Kimpar, but right now, if he doesn't use it, he might just die.
Might still die. Charging away, chased by 40R Sonic Wave. Ooh, just barely manages to get himself away. Moonlight's not going to be so lucky though. 40R also bought the Shard, which is also still one of like the strongest shards in the game.
Yep. Silence is great, but it's also extra farming speed, which is one of the reasons why you see these co-ops these days stick at the top of the net worth even after the space where normally they would have fallen off already.
Oh, the IO gonna get caught. Doesn't have a tether available. Another easy pickings. And it's really just waiting for the inevitable push of death. Like,
well, I think we're there.
Yeah. I mean, they've played with their food long enough.
Medusa bought Dragonlance. No damage. A little bit of damage, I guess. Mostly stats.
Charge coming in, but the Nightmare keeps all of way. Another strike. Wukongs though, they all walk right into it. There's the duel from the Monkey. Actually gets completely Mystic Flared, and that's HFN dead. That's a big kill. Alpha doesn't have a Ravage available. They do lose 3 still on the Radiant side, and yeah, the only one left is Argus on the high ground. It actually started off really well for Unknown Team, but they're just too far behind.
Correctly recognizing that if the Nightmare is down, the duel can actually come off uninterrupted, especially when Duster is so far back and Fiend gripping the Spirit Breaker. So the hero that normally interrupted those duels and made them impossible, not available, and well, they're just calling it. They're like, you know what? Kill is everything we're gonna get.
Well, that of course does mean that Wolf Team definitely still have a chance to survive in, of course, the South America DPC Division 2. They still have a lot of tough challenges ahead because there is one of the top teams, well, actually the top of the board that is still a team that they need to contest to, and that is Infinity with the aptly, crazily named mid PP. I still love that guy, but he is really good.
Great name. But yeah, this looks like they're on their way to maintaining. Of course, it would have been an absolute disaster if they bombed out, and Unknown Team here was sort of the absolute bottom rung of the ladder. If you don't step on these guys, you might as well disband. Luckily, they didn't. This looked more like the style in which we want to see this team play. Big ups to Tavo, especially. I think he recognized the style that works for him during the game with the Timbersaw, and he says, guys, I can do this again. I can just plant myself in the mid lane with like 2 cheap tank items, and they're just all gonna focus me, and we can go have a laugh. And it's working out for them perfectly. And I think this strategy could carry them to a fair few more wins, because it is very hard to deal with an offlaner who just stands in your face and constricts all of your farming space. So, you know, first steps have been made.
These are the small steps that they need to achieve to at least get themselves to a decent standing. I mean, there's still a possible chance that you could maybe make it to a 4-3 playoffs kind of scenario, but that's, you know, you're really reliant on everyone else pretty much tying their series or making sure that, you know, they trade against each other. But this Io, he did 18 less damage than last game. So now he did 1,841 damage.
Yeah. I much prefer the way that Entity plays this IO, where you get an IO on you take an IO duo at the start, but you don't actually play the IO on the lane. So you didn't pick your entire lane in the first phase, and I think that's just one of the things that's really getting Unknown punished right now. And yeah, if this is the hero that they snap pick every single time, oh, IO, gotta have it, and then he deals this much damage, has this much input in a game, I think you might want to diversify your strategies a bit.
Yep, that was, I mean, right now, my thought would be, why would you ban Io against Unknown? Like, both these games, it just wasn't really that much impact. I mean, there were some nice relocates, but it just didn't melt together. And to be fair, the Wolf team actually bring their A game. They're a very terrifying team to face up against. And finally, for the first time, we did manage to see a little bit of that spark that got them towards TI. But of course, that concludes the series, and that means 2 best of 3s both ended in a 2-0 fashion, and honestly, both kind of very one-sided in that regard. So, well, that is it for today. Kips, do you have any parting words for the viewers at home?
I'm seeing a lot of double blink daggers recently. I know in your pubs everybody's going greedy, but do check if somebody else is going to blink dagger and if you're going to have the damage to follow up, alright?
Well, you heard it there. Magic words from Kips. Have a wonderful day. And in case we don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.